can see that that binds together beautifully, and I would suggest that it's even better than Fenner's, Henry.
Thank you very much, Shake, Rattle and Roll. Well, the two captains are coming out now to toss, so we must leave the Shake and go and join our old friend Simon Reed.
Gavin, so you decided to bowl?
Yeah, we have. You know, just looking at the games that have been played over the last week, there seems to have been a little bit more bounce and a little bit more on it early on. And we just want to make a tactical change today and chase second.
And the team news, has Hart passed his test?
No, he hasn't, unfortunately. So we've got Danny Morrison and Matthew Hart out, and we're playing the same 11 as we did against Sri Lanka.
Okay. Salim, so you decided that you're going to have to bat?
Yeah, we are batting. So it's good experience. So far we not batted first, so hopefully it's going to be in our favor.
Any total in your mind?
I think so far 250 should be a good total. Yeah.
And your team news?
Same team. We're playing with the same team.
Okay, all the very best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, Pakistan again looking immensely strong. Their batting is brimful of attacking stroke makers, with the dangerous Wasim coming at 7. They have 6 bowlers to work with, although Asif Mujtaba is yet to bowl in this series. New Zealand obviously don't have the same kind of firepower. They'll be hoping that Dion Nash can get amongst the wickets, as he did against Sri Lanka, and that Heath Davis, who bowled with anxiety against the Sri Lankans, will be more aggressive today. Let's go down to the boundary now and rejoin Henry.
Well, Ahmed and Shake Glenn Turner.
Thank you, Henry. And the first ball of the morning coming up. This the second semi-final. It's a wide and the first run on the board.
I think that it's very important that New Zealand are bowling first here, because they haven't been able to work out the speed of their run chase batting first. So we watch that wide down leg side. And at least at half-time they'll know what sort of run rate that they require when batting, and that will force their hand more, I believe.
Saidan were facing, Pringle the bowler, and the first run off the bat. Played to mid-wicket, and that's 2 for no wicket. This, the first over.
Pringle bowled well in the second match, not so well in the opener. He prefers to bowl around the wicket and just angling into the left-handers. Seems to be a strategy that he's comfortable with.
Sohail Anwar facing Pringle. Ahmed Sohail is 28 years old, 1990-91 his debut, 47 matches, 1,370 runs, 29.8 the average, 109 50s, 114 at Hobart in 1992 versus Zimbabwe, his highest. Could be another wide, and Pringle straying down the leg side.
But the bounce was impressive. Look how high that got. It got very steep indeed. So that is encouragement. It's just a question now of getting it online and forcing a shot from Sohail. Concern I would have with bowling around the wicket with the new ball is not the ability not to use the same benefits from the angle of bowling right arm over, and in other words bringing slip and gully into play more. They still have a chance of getting a nick when he bowls around, but there's less of that opportunity through changing the angle, which moves into the left-hander rather than across.
Good delivery. It gained some height as it went past the bat, and some pace as well.
Yes, and Sohail tried to force it, but as much as anything the bounce deceived rather than the movement.
Saeed Anwar, he's been in brilliant form of late. So the winner of this semi-final meets India in the final on Friday. That's a lovely shot, brilliantly fielded at cover.
Hartland, no, that's Harris making a good stop there in cover. Hartland fielding in the gully. We've seen that this is a full-blooded cover drive, and Harris has stood out in the field for New Zealand.
Spectacular bit of fielding there by him. Saved a certain fall. Larson fields 3 for no wicket. One Sohail not out, no score, and it's 3 for no wicket, 2 extras. Some early comers to the match. The crowd will grow as we go along, and it's going to be Davis to bowl from the football ground end. Now, he didn't bowl too well in the previous match. That's Saeed Anwar. He's 26 years old, 1988-89. His debut, 52 matches, 1727 number of runs he's got, 36 his average, 600s and 550s. That's very interesting.
Yes, it is very interesting because 600s, which is one more than the 50s that he has. It's an unusual statistic there. And Heath Davis, mainly angle, a little bit of movement away. Just bowled 2 overs the other day. As we look at that, 600s and 550s. An unusual figure to see it round that way. And only 52 matches.
And Sharjah, his happy hunting ground, his highest was here 135. It's Davis, Heath Davis.
Davis, just those 2 overs the other day, and it's taken off.
It's a no ball. So he's still struggling to find his rhythm. And no ball early on will not do his confidence much good.
Bowling against these 2 openers, it won't be easy either. It's a tall order for him.
Upish, and it's down to the square leg fence. A little fine for 4, but it was played off his pads, and it was a little uppish, but well clear of the fielder.
So it was a cry of expectation there because it was hit in the air. And good approach, although he doesn't really accelerate. He just ambles in at the same, and see, he looks through the inside of the arm, doesn't really get the body right round, but he's very whippy, so he gets a little bit of added pace through that whip that he has in his arm.
It's another no ball.
This is a problem that has plagued him in his short career to date. One of the reasons why he's been coming off a short run is to try and control that. Let's watch the front foot and see if it's over. Yes, it's over, but just. But he's just re-measuring there his run up to try and just bring himself back a little.
Heath Davis and
Tirangi Davis.
Heath Tiihi Tirangi Davis. You've got it. That ball moved away. And he's a youngster, and of course, the more cricket he plays, the better he'll get. This is all part of the learning curve, which all cricketers have to go through. It's young at first slip. Straight to mid-wicket. Thompson, the fielder, 9 for no wicket. Pringle, the bowler, Sohail, the batsman, and he is off the mark, out to deep square. The long leg running around, and they've gone through for the second, and Pakistan into double figures, 11 for no wicket in the third.
Field, a fairly orthodox one. A slip in a gully.
Yes, he's been a regular visitor for the matches that we've had so far. I dare say he's looking very much like Glenn Turner, the same sort of dress.
So I've got a bit more on than him, I think. And for New Zealand viewers, I doubt whether that's a chili bin. It's more likely to hold water.
And I'm sure some very delicious bread, paratha.
So you'll have the food basket with it. Oh, maybe it is. Just ours, not that shape normally. Just thought he might have run some water from that.
That's Harris in the covers. Back to Pringle.
Rory, I thought, kept brilliantly in the first game. In the second game, not quite so well. And there we have Young, who is now the regular first slipper for New Zealand. Douglas being given his opportunity for the first time in this tournament. It's his third game in this tournament, the first time though for New Zealand.
Short and through mid-wicket. It's going to be a possible 4. It's going to be a long chase, and it's been flicked back just inside the boundary line.
Dion Nash did well there. In fact, he almost head-butted the hoardings. Does well there to pull it back in. Good commitment, but just getting perilously close there to the advertisement hoardings.
Thought of going for the shot, but then he decided against it. 14 then for no wicket. Pakistan batting.
Not sparkling yet, the Pakistanis, as we've seen in the other matches, particularly Saeed Anwar seems to have led the way. Sohail has been more in a supporting role.
They see those two people behind the bowler. They're bothering the batsman, and now he's disappeared, so play will start again. And that's going to be 4. Beautifully played. 18 for no wicket. Finds Sohail 5, 18 for no wicket, and the 4th over coming up. It's Ahmed Raza of the ECB board.
Heath Davis just not happy with his run up here. He's just making his mark more solid and obvious.
So takes a single, and it's 19 for no wicket.
Very difficult for Davis. He's, well, for anybody making their debut, as he did the other day. And it's always easier second time, but against this opening pair, it's not too easy. One probably feels that it's more helpful to make your debut away from your own country, fewer eyes on you. And that's not the case, because, of course, this is going back to New Zealand live on Sky, but not to the southern part where I come from. We don't have Sky yet.
won't see you in your new garb.
That's probably a blessing.
It's down the leg side wide, and as Glenn was saying, it's Larson. And I'm sure he must be hoping for better performance from Davis. And there you see the wide down the leg side. And
Once again, good carry there, though, wasn't there?
And he's settled down, our regular visitor here. He's looking a little serious this morning.
Must have the season ticket. We've seen him every day.
Single. 21 for no wicket.
So a defensive push here, and because of the misfield, looked like Thompson there punching it away. They went through for a single. Wasim Akram looking very relaxed.
It's played square of the wicket beautifully between the two fielders. It's Douglas after it. And 23 for no wicket. And Heath finding that these two left-handers pick the gaps beautifully. They're particularly strong on the onside.
Yes, well, so far, the New Zealand bowlers will have to watch it a little. The Pakistanis haven't had to make something out of nothing yet.
And that's brilliantly fielded. The ball going first bounce to Pringle at long leg.
But it was a loose delivery, and the New Zealanders so far are just giving too many handouts to the Pakistanis, so they're collecting at a very good rate here without having to take chances.
Sohail, and back to Saeed Anwar, who's on strike. And that's going to be for beautiful shot. What lovely timing, turn of the wrists, and the ball just sped away, singeing the grass to the boundary for 4.
The line was perfect for the shot, though, so that all Saeed Anwar had to do was to make sure that he worked out the correct line and the right choice of shot. He did so and executed it beautifully. Heath Davis will just have to move his line across 6 or 8 inches, otherwise he'll be in further trouble.
Oh, a big hit, could be the first 6 of the morning, and it is.
Well, the difference with this one is it's not quite as far up to him, so he was able to get under it, and he hit it for 6 at the end of the over, 34 without loss.
To 20, Sohail on 9, and it's 34 for no wicket. Sohail to face, quite content to be the junior partner. We've seen this in all the matches so far, because Saeed Anwar is in such brilliant form. No one can keep up with him.
Pringle bowling over the wicket, having not quite worked for him round the wicket, so he's decided to go back to the orthodox.
Chris Pringle, he's 26 years old, 47 matches, 76 wickets, 1698 runs, 22.3, that's a good average. Economy rate 4.3, best 4 for 35 at Sydney. Straight to gully, Hartland the fielder.
That was Hartland warming up there. There's no threat of him bowling, although I see Dion Nash at mid-off. He's doing some stretching exercises. The chances are he will bowl the next over, replacing Davis.
Came down the wicket there.
And here, Saeed Anwar had to try and make something out of nothing. Sohail, should I say. Look, he's charging, or semi-charging. And killing the shot, but it's as though he had 2 dot balls bowled at him, and he felt the need to take the game to the New Zealanders after 2 dot balls only.
And so early on. It's a lovely shot through the covers, 4 runs. Glorious extra cover drive.
So just a pity there that Pringle wasn't able to get it on the spot. He ended up handing out a wide, full half volley, and that's just too easy for Sohail.
It's Davis, I think, describing how he was hit.
And there's the 2 overs that he's bowled. So 22 from those 2, 16 off the last.
Larson now urging his players on, but a very bright start by Pakistan. Almost a hurricane one. 38. Just had a flash of Pringle's analysis. Down the wicket he comes, charging. So there, and it's 38 for no wicket at the end of the 5th. Sohail not out 13 of 18, 38 for no wicket, and before the next ball is bowled, it's going to be Simon Davis with Glenn Taylor.
So Heath Davis has been replaced by Nash. And Saeed Anwar is on the go. He's on the boil. A difficult proposition for him.
Well stopped by Fleming in the covers. Yes, it was a bit of a nightmare watching Heath Davis in the end. He's just not got the control at the moment and does look very anxious. It's a good stop by Fleming there.
Yes, he'll be welcoming getting to England, getting in the nets, and putting some time in there, and then bowling on rather more responsive pitches that he has here too, and against opposition, at least in the early stages, which won't be so hard on him.
Thank you for that one. Just dropped in. Shake, rattle and roll there.
Well, I did suggest that it was in the early stages, you know, when they're playing the Duke of Norfolk's 11 and so on. I really was considerate to you, Simon.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, Nash was pretty successful in the match against Sri Lanka. But it's a different kettle of fish bowling to these guys. Anwar moving up the gears very quickly indeed.
Yes, that was an attempted drive, which he didn't get hold of, so it went down to 3rd man, but the ball was wide-ish and full, and Saeed Anwar not quite collaring it through covers as he'd wished.
And we're on 22 now. Because Nash took 3 wickets against the Sri Lankans, and vital ones they were too. That's a beautiful shot. Foot forward, just laid the bat down. Nothing too expansive, but away it went. 4 more.
But it wasn't on the up, it was very full. And all he had to do was to find the gap, and he closed the face just a fraction, so that instead of hitting it to the fielder at mid-off, he picked his spot between fielder and bowler.
Pakistan support in early, and noisy it is too. What a day we should have on Friday if they are to win this match. I say if. Something in Sohail's eye, I think.
Yes, he's got too many runs in that eye.
Maybe it's just a chance to cool down a bit. It's hot already. That's one way of staying cool. Didn't go to your tailor then, Glenn.
Yes, I must thank Abdul Rahman Bukata for my clothing this morning. Very kindly loaned it to me.
I'm sure you're going to make a big bid for keeping it. Look good at Lord's.
Might look well in Central Otago too in the summer, I would suggest.
Look forward to that. That's through. Despairing dive from Harris, who has been outstanding in the field, but just eludes him.
Well, that's a crashing cover drive. That has stayed hit. And good effort there by Harris. But that just cannoned into the boundary.
So this match, which looked loaded in Pakistan's favour before the start, now threatening to run away from New Zealand very quickly indeed. That's a prodigious run rate.
This pitch is very unforgiving. If you don't get it dead right, see what happens.
Everything going for runs at the moment. So Larson's got a real problem here. Davis has gone after just 2 overs, slaughtered by Anwar and Sahel. So Thompson's got a big job to do. He's got to bowl well again, as he did against Sri Lanka. Many problems. There's Thompson. Major role for him now.
With bat and ball.
They're going for everything. So end of the over, 49 for no wicket off 6 to continue. So a single to Saeed Anwar, and the 50 up in the 7th over. Asif, good morning.
Good morning, Simon, and good morning, everyone. And I'm sure this is not what Gavin Larson has put the Pakistanis in after winning the toss. I'm sure that he must have been hoping to get something out of this wicket. And although the fact that he felt that chasing would be a lot easier, but if Pakistan could get 50 off 70 overs, I'm sure that they're looking for a huge total. And that's something which I think Gavin Larson, I'm sure, not hoping for.
Well, it's bad enough having to bowl on this wicket at the best of times, but when you've got someone like Anwar in spectacular form early on, it's complete nightmare.
Amazing. Yes, I mean, the way he makes the game look so easy, it's like Tendulkar. He also makes the game look ridiculously easy. But Saeed Anwar, I felt that throughout this tournament and also in the last event that he came here, he made mockery of batting, really.
Getting it. Difficult for Sahel. He and Saeed have a little bit of competition, obviously, between them for the place, and when Saeed starts so extravagantly time after time, the pressure's on a little bit at the other end.
Yes, and I think it also helps Suhail to concentrate more, which is a good thing, because he knows that there's someone else who's sort of pushing him for the same spot. But I think both of these batsmen now have settled themselves. They've got good understanding, and the way they are complementing each other, I think it's good for Pakistan cricket.
Down to Nash. Some of the surrounds around this wonderful city of Sharjah. City with so many different aspects to it. There's the harbour. Really beautiful city. A wide variety of architecture too. Every time you come back here, I came 6 months ago, new buildings springing up everywhere. The complexity of the architecture is amazing.
Yes, it is amazing, because I think I first came here in 1980-81, and at that time there was no stadium, and here we have got a full-fledged cricket stadium, the only one of its kind in the whole of Middle East.
Well, there's a strange shot. Sahel making room, trying to work him through. I think third man. Tringle sorted him out there.
Well, I think more than that, the ball probably would have hit the middle and off stump had he nicked it. He was lucky not to have got a touch.
52 for no wicket off 7 overs.
Is a market, and it has got all the jewellery and everything in there.
And that's gone again, flying away from Anwar. He is in quite breathtaking form, and look at Nash's face. He can't quite believe what's happening to him.
Yes, I think definitely here there was nothing wrong with the ball, maybe just a little bit on middle and leg rather than off and middle. And Saeed Anwar perfectly placing that ball, beautifully in position to place it where he wanted to.
Yes, the expression said it all. Can you bowl to this fellow when he's in this kind of form?
Well, I think the New Zealand bowlers have tried everywhere. They tried on the offside, they got hit to the boundary. They tried on straight, again they were dispatched to the boundary, and they tried on the legs. And he's an all-round player, and I think it's remarkable to see the influence that this young man has put onto the Pakistan batting.
That's a wide. Yes, it's amazing. Only a couple of years ago, Saeed Anwar was really struggling to get into the Test team, and now it looks like he could become one of the greats.
Well, he has certainly done enough to push his position towards the greatness. He's got a lot to do yet, but I think the way he has started and the way he established himself, certainly I think he's one of the most exciting batsmen that Pakistan has produced.
Well, I think we got him out there, and Dion Nash gives him a wave goodbye. But having lauded him to the heights, that was a little reckless.
Yes, I think it was more a wicket presented to the New Zealand bowler Nash there, and there was no need for that, but that's the way Saeed has been playing, and I don't really think that is what we expect.
No.
Well, I think it's sad to see something like that happening on the field.
57 for 1 in the 8th over. The man who, rather like Saeed Anwar before him, can destroy any attack. There he is, 26 years old now, but look at that average already, 37.4, and a high score a couple of years ago against Sri Lanka.
And what a good position to be in. He's walked in when Saeed Anwar and Amir Sohail has really given Pakistan innings a tremendous start. He's got plenty of overs to play.
Yes, there was a rush of blood there. Rory takes the catch, and a few parting words from Nash.
One can understand the frustration, but surely I think it's uncalled for.
Yes, it's been an awful time to be a New Zealand bowler in the last half hour, but that wasn't great.
Yes, and I think I'm sure that the ICC referee who's watching will surely make a note of that, and will have a word with either the manager or the coach or the player involved himself.
It wasn't as if there was any luck involved in what Anwar was doing. It was just wonderful to watch, unless you're a New Zealander. Heath Davis, whose fielding has been under a little bit of pressure here.
Like his bowling, because I think he didn't really have a good spell when he played his first game here and also today. Amir and Saeed both destroyed his confidence. And here his fumbling, awkward bounce, but did manage to prevent the ball from crossing the boundary line.
Trying very hard, Heath Davis, perhaps just a little bit too hard, and he needs a bit more experience.
One of the things definitely one can say about Sharjah wicket is the fact that the team winning the toss, putting the other team in like Gavin Larson did today, they're not really going to have different conditions to play, other than the only thing one can think of is that A, the target is set, you know how many you have to get, and maybe that's the prime thing in the captain's mind when they decide to put the opposition in. As far as the conditions are concerned, I don't think it makes any difference whatsoever.
Yes, without putting too much of a finer point on it, they know now already they're going to have to chase an awful lot. How many, we're not sure, but 250 plus, very much on the cards.
Oh yes, I think any team getting a start like this, if they don't get 250 plus, they'll be very disappointed. In fact, I think that Pakistan would be looking to get in the region of 270, 280, and it's the batting that is to follow is just as good as the one who's batting in the middle at the moment.
Some bizarre figures there for Dion Nash. So, end of his over. It's 61 for 1. 61 for 1. The danger man early on is out.
As the Pakistanis, Ataur Rahman sitting with Akib Javed, both of them playing this match, and I'm sure that they must be hoping that the batsmen will do such a job that the bowlers won't have to really bowl under pressure.
So Hale's still got something wrong with his eye, I think.
Yes, I think he's definitely being... I can't see from... Yes, there he is. There is something wrong with his eye. And last couple of overs ago also he got some cold water trying to clear his eye.
Some solution he's got in, which is irritating. He's on 14. There's the Pakistan manager on the right there, with the captain behind him.
Yes, and one of the Pakistani test umpire, Khizr Hayat, is sitting with him. Khizr has been to New Zealand, and he did the test match between India and New Zealand, is one of the ICC umpire.
Pringle resuming, and there's another very dangerous customer indeed, Basit Ali. I'll never forget his 100 in the final late last year.
Yes, against the West Indians. He played a remarkable innings. And if Pakistani batsmen can play to their potential, not only in this tournament and not only here, anywhere in the world, I think they have got an excellent lineup.
Pringle's been relatively free of the devastating attack. He's bowled pretty well this end. The main bulk of the runs have come the far end.
Yes, that's right. And senior most, experienced, well experienced, I think out of the runs that have been scored, about 70 to 80% came from the other end.
Lessening in the tempo now that Anwar's gone.
Yes, certainly with the exit of Saeed Anwar, things seems to have calmed down. And although the run rate is quite high, it's about 7.5 runs per over, these two batsmen can surely take some time, allow Inzamam to settle down, and then play his strokes.
They're relatively good figures. Yes, a sterling job once more. Very solid performer, Pringle.
Yes, I think with Danny Morrison out, a lot of responsibility on him. New Zealand has been very unlucky in losing both the bowlers, Hart and Morrison, and with the top order batsmen not making this trip, they are a little bit depleted.
So Hale's on 14. Well watched. Slower ball, just tucked down there. Nash the fielder. Couple.
Yes, that was very well played actually. It was a slower ball and just about on his legs, and Amir waited for it and played it very gently, knowing that there is a fielder deep fine leg picking up 2 runs.
So the end of the over, 64 for 1 off 9. team as well. In come the new Indian manager, Sunil Gavaskar, together with Henry Blofeld.
And 4 more runs. That's a splendid stroke, but it was asking for it, that ball. It was on Inzamam's pads. And like most contemporary batsmen, he is very good in that area.
As Pakistan's raced away to a flying start, thanks mainly to Saeed Anwar, who once again played a lovely innings. And Inzamam ul Haq, with a 50 in the previous game, is feeling good. Long innings out there in the middle is the best way to get back your form and confidence.
Yes, I felt very sorry this morning for the new New Zealand fast bowler, Heath Davis. He was extremely nervous. He had 2 very expensive overs the other day. He had two more equally expensive this morning. There he is, and that was his lot. It's a tough game, this, and I'm afraid it's set him back somewhat. Gavin Larson there at mid-on. It is so important not to let the batting side get off to exactly the sort of start Pakistan have had today. It was a risk, and of course New Zealand is suffering from the fact that Danny Morrison, their #1 strike bowler, had that groin injury. He's out of it, and so they had no alternative but to play Heath Davis. Here's Nash, meantime, to Inzamam ul Haq. Douglas at square leg. Sonny, you must be, everyone's saying this, I know, but over the moon the way it all went yesterday. I mean, honestly, in your wildest dreams, you couldn't have hoped for quite such a splendid outing.
Yes, I think over the moon is perhaps putting it a bit too strongly, Henry, but certainly I was quite happy with the way the players approached the match. It was a very aggressive, professional, determined approach. Showed in the way they played on the field.
Yes, and I'm sure the side will have profited enormously from all your advice.
Or the lack of it.
Anyhow, the great thing is today, with New Zealand playing Pakistan, we'll have sound, unbiased comments from you.
Yes, I think we'd certainly be happy to play anybody. The way the players played yesterday, they are very confident.
There's Heath Davis, about whom we were talking. So it's the end of the over, 69 for 1. Tick start. 50 coming up in double quick time. But since he's been out, it's slowed somewhat. Here's Pringle. And I think he was well forward and across outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, Inzamam ul Haq is a big, tall, strong player. And when he plonks that foot forward, it's going to be well outside the line of the off stump.
Pringle again to Inzamam. Yes, a wide there, called by Carl Liebenberg, the South African umpire.
Yes, I think it was very obviously a wide there.
Well, Pringle's had one unenviable peak. 9 there in his second over. Hartland there, square with the wicket on the offside. No, it's not. It's Fleming. Hartland always used to be there. single to Inzamam. It's a good stroke. He got a little bit close to it. Fleming again the fielder. It's always difficult, Sonny, isn't it, to pull it back when you've seen the batting side get off to this sort of start.
Yes, it is, but you've got to keep plugging on, because you can't just give up. You've just got to hope that the batsman get carried away and make a mistake, and then if a batsman makes a mistake, you have a new batsman to bowl to, and who knows, keep plugging on.
That again was a good appeal, but he might have been outside off stump. Inzamam was certainly coming forward. Yes, I would think that probably made contact just outside off.
Yes, he really has a big movement forward, which takes him outside the line of the off stump most times. And it's difficult to get a leg before decision when the ball has struck you outside the off stump, although the ball might be coming into the stumps. Chris Pringle, of course, bowling, trying everything. He's bowled a fairly good over so far. The early overs, the Pakistani batsmen have really cut loose.
Well, it's a good chance to say good evening to all our many friends in New Zealand, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone else. Ball was not really short enough for the stroke. Inzamam didn't time it, hitting it into the ground and getting one down there to Thompson at third man, the end of the over, 71 for 1. Enough about something. Inzamam now is in strike and is going to face Gavin Larson, who's taken over from Dion Nash at the football stadium end of this ground. Inzamam, such a powerful player. Now we have Larson's figures. 53 one-day internationals, not a single test match yet. And runs come at 3.6 and over off his bowling, and that's not a bad economy rate for a little gentle medium pacer. Here he is to Inzamam. Well, that's going to increase the strike rate, for that's going for 4. It was on Inzamam's legs, and he hit it very well indeed.
That certainly is not going to help the captain's confidence. Inzamam has seen Larson in action before. He knows what he bowls. So he was down the wicket, knowing that Larson is just military medium pace, and flick over mid-wicket for a boundary.
I don't know what Larson meant by that gesture, waggling his ears.
Obviously, he was trying to tell the fielder that he should pay attention to him. I guess in due course, if you have big crowds, apart from the designer sunglasses that the players wear, you might even have headphones where the captain can pass on instructions.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. 4 more. A push drive. He timed it so well.
He is a sweet timer of the ball, isn't he? There wasn't too much power in it. Look at the way he's just pushed. He hasn't hit it, he's just pushed it, and but because he's timed it so well, the ball has raced away to the boundary.
Larson again to Inzamam. It's a better ball. It's Young there at short extra. I rather like the idea of having headphones on. The captain say, "This is your captain speaking. Come in, deep third man." You see the conversation going like that. Rather fun.
Well, and if a fielder has dropped a catch, could be a little more stronger than that.
And there's a lovely spectator. I don't know who she's supporting. she's on the side of the Pakistanis, but she certainly lends a rare tone to the proceedings. That one, as always, slanting into the right-hander. Inzamam trying to find room to open the face and run the ball to third man, but he could not. Again, the ball coming into the right-hander, but Inzamam well forward and not out. It is the end of the over. Pakistan now, after 12 overs, a tremendous start, 79 for 1. And there's another one there, watching his first semi-final at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, I dare say. A bowling change, and it's going to be the off-spinner, Shane Thompson, coming on instead of Pringle at the pavilion end. Thompson's been one of the most impressive of the New Zealand cricketers in this tournament, both batting and bowling, Sonny.
Yes, he has been. There's no question that Thompson has come on very well as a cricketer since he made his debut in 1990, when he was more of a medium-paced bowler who could bat. He's now a genuine batsman. Bowls off spinners when called upon to do so. Bowls a good line and length. Thinks about his bowling.
Also a marvellous striker of the ball. He really came of age when he hit 120 not out to help New Zealand beat Pakistan in a test match in Christchurch in early March. Here he is now to Amir Sohail. Oh, and that's what a fine stroke. It gave him a bit of width, a flashing drive. And Thompson, like Larson, has seen his first ball disappear for 4.
Also just goes to show how good this wicket is. The ball was not a half volley, but Sohail has waited for it and hit it on the up. It's such a beautiful wicket to bat on.
Just the single there. Harry's feeling a little bit deep in the covers. Good cricket, the drive for 4 and then the push for a single. Sometimes batsmen get into the mould of trying to hit 4s and tend to forget about the singles, but Amir Sohail has shown there that he's very alert. Thompson and his captain, Gavin Larson, discussing the problems that have been set so far. Of course, it is rather dispiriting when you see the opposition get off to the sort of start that Pakistan have had today. But then these two left-handed openers, Saeed Anwar, who's out for 37, and Amir Sohail, are as an exciting a pair of openers as any in the world today. They are tremendously good value. They love to play their strokes. And they score their runs at a rapid old rate. Thompson to Inzamam. No turn there. Harris in the covers, the fielder. Well, that was rather expansive. A step down the wicket and then a flamboyant sweep, but just the single.
Well, Inzamam is trying to hit the ball in that gap between square leg and long on. That's a big gap there. We are still in the 13th over, so only 2 fielders outside the circle.
We'll have to wait and see whether that was bat, pad, or even a bye. Leg bye. Signalled by Carl Liebenberg.
These are the kind of shots which the wicketkeeper dreads.
Well, that was a free gift that went begging, wasn't it? A full toss, and Inzamam don't know whether he took his eye off the ball or what, but he didn't even make contact. End of the over, 86 for 1. More spectators are coming in to join that little group there at the far end. And I must say, people in the Emirates are lucky. People in Sharjah particularly, because they do get a real feast of cricket twice a year here at in the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. And it's Gavin Larson to Amir Sohail. Douglas at backward point. Sonny, you were talking about having intercom captain, and so he can talk to his cricketers. One of the funniest intercom stories happened in a test match at Old Trafford, and I'll try and tell it to you as this over goes by, because Larson takes a bit more of a run than Thompson. About 7 or 8 years ago, Alan Lamb was one of England's not-out batsmen, and he came out after the interval. It was, I think, the lunch interval, and he realized when he got there he'd got his portable telephone on him. So he handed it to Dickie Bird, who was umpiring, and Dickie Bird put it in the recesses of his garments. And 2 balls later, this was all planned, of course, Ian Botham, who was in the pavilion, rang Dickie Bird up. Dickie didn't, I don't think he's ever been the same since, poor old Dickie. Well, that was, I'm afraid, a long hop that got what it deserved. Amir Sohail won't waste those sort of offerings.
Yesterday, Mark Taylor clung on to a similar shot from Sachin Tendulkar. This one was, of course, a little wider of the short mid-wicket fielder.
So 90 and 13 and a half overs. 16 runs. That's the tallest skyscraper so far. The morning's Empire State Building. That was, he was opening the face, he was trying to get it fine, it was a little bit edgy, it went a fraction finer than he intended, but it's 4 more runs.
Well, this is the regular one-day shot, opening the face of the bat, seeing the third man wide, trying to hit it finer. And Sohail has done it very nicely indeed. In control of the shot right from the time he played it.
Oh, and there's our old friend, the Old Testament prophet. I don't know what he's orchestrating this morning, and he's brought his drying up cloth with him. Have to get back. Inzamam didn't want to respond to that. End of the over, it's 94 for 1. So there we are, Pakistan making this hectic start. 94 for 1 from 14 overs. It's Thompson now to start a new over to Inzamam al-Haq. It's off a little bit of bottom edge, but he's going to get certainly 2 runs. I think that's all there will be. Time now for a change in the commentary box. It will be Iftikhar Ahmed and Glenn Turner.
Thank you, Henry. And that was a false shot there from Inzamam al-Haq. Got away with it. And what's more, got a couple of runs too. So the Pakistanis storming along.
Shuttle down the wicket just a little, and defensive shot. Pagore, fine prospect for New Zealand, but at the moment Pakistan well in command.
I wonder if with the batting order that Pakistan have, we know that Inzamam can get after it too, but to get someone like Basit Ali in quite early might be a way to go.
And that's cut away, square of the wicket, lovely square cut. and that's 3.
Because Salim Malik is the next player to come in, and that's good running by these two. We haven't seen too many of the sides take one for the throw, but they were prepared to, and they keep progressing very much closer. What, 99 now?
6.7, and that's a mighty start. So the applause in advance for the 100, and it's Harris who fields. So he's smiling, and so he should be. Settled down well. Pakistan are literally romping along. So it's 99 for 1 at the end of the 15th. As we near the finals, and all the media of the world present here. 99 for 1, and Inzamam, the right-handed batsman, to face Larson, the bowler. Just a push, and that's the 100 for Pakistan, coming in 16.1 overs.
It's not often that you see a spinner needing to come on in the first 15, but Larson didn't have a lot of choice. And now he's bowling himself in the 16th. And just 4 inside the circle. So straight away, New Zealand have had to go to a position with their field that you might expect further down the line.
He'll have to hurry if there's a direct hit, but he's home. 101 for 1. Snash, who's on the screen, and there comes the return. And Inzamam getting home, but he did hesitate at the far end. And the crowd, well, there's our cheerleader marshalling his supporters.
He's no youngster either, is he? He obviously maintained his boyish enthusiasm.
Another section of the crowd. And this crowd will grow as the day progresses.
They must be having fun in a different way.
Now you see people outside the ground. He's peeping through. Well, that's the price if you don't pay. Oh, a bit of misfielding at cover. 102 for 1, Harris, the fielder. And another section of the crowd. See that it's not a bad crowd today. And watching his mom pushing to Harris, and then the misfield. And there we are. He has to crouch a little. Must have a strong back. Back to our cheerleader, and he knows when the camera is on him.
What's he calling there? Zindabad. Is that long live? Is that what it's being said or not?
I didn't hear it. Thick outside edge, guided away, and it's 4 runs to the third man boundary. 106 for 1, and Larson now not quite on his knees, but at this stage he must be quite desperate. 106 for 1 in the 16th over. For 37, Sohail 34, and Inzamam 26. 106 for 1. Thompson will bowl the 17th over.
He's got 4 in the offside, saving the single, and 1 on the on. I don't know if it'll stay that way for too long. And we have 4 inside the circle, you can see there in a row. And one going across now into the onside. So there's a shortish mid-wicket currently. Now there's another player going alongside the umpire. It's Harris. And they have a man out of deep mid-wicket. And a long on, who pan right. And we see there one player, two players. So that's the mid-on nearest us. And deep mid-wicket. And so he's going to have to bowl a tight line. There's nobody back on the offside at all. Not even an offside sweeper.
And the field set for Inzamam. Should he want to lift on the onside, the two fielders, as Glenn said, a deep mid-wicket and long on. So you'd have to pick the gap. That's Larsen.
Not allowed more than 5 on the onside in this tournament. It's a field restriction that they have in the rules.
And that's the long on. 107 for 1.
And we'll see if the field remains the same. It looks as though Larsen's going to bring one out of the onside now. And, well, of course, left-hander on strike makes the difference. So he's got a lap man. There's the man just by the umpire at square leg, just in front, Brian Young. Just a bit of sorting out going on here. Looks like a traffic policeman out there waving his arms around. So we've got an offside sweeper and a long off. It's the offside sweeper way back in the distance there. And a long off as we come round. There he is.
Inzamam. Facing Thompson, bowling round the wicket. Makes room, square cuts, 4 runs, backward point boundary. Lovely shot. The man outside Anwar caught Parore bowled Nash for 37, Sohail 34 and Inzamam 26. 106 for 1. Thompson will bowl the...
Back in the distance there. And a long off as we come round. There he is.
Inzamam facing Thompson, bowling round the wicket. Makes room, square cuts, 4 runs, backward point boundary. Lovely shot. He made the room there as he cut it away for 4.
Just too much width here, and the offside sweeper is in front of point. He's clipped it behind using the pace of the ball. Thompson tends to bowl it fairly quick and flat, and the pace on that ball took it away to the boundary very quickly.
Just a single.
So we just see Sohail perhaps where he's scored his runs. And there it is there. Remember, he's a left-hander, so on the right of your screen is the offside, 12 behind point where you saw that last shot go. 5 through the covers, 5 through mid-off. Nothing through mid-on yet. And 16 runs from wide mid-on down to fine leg.
Inzamam plays that defensively. 1-1-2 for 1. And the drinks coming onto the field. And the scorecard, Saeed Anwar caught Parore bowled Nash for 37. He faced 23 deliveries. Sohail not out 39. He's faced 45 so far. And Inzamam not out 27. He's faced 36, 9 extras, 1-1-2 for 1, and 17 overs gone. The bowling figures: Pringle 6 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Davis 2 overs, no maiden, none for 22. Nash 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. Larson 3 overs, no maidens, none for 23. And Thompson 3 overs, no maidens, none for 17. So the most expensive Davis there, and let's see the fall of the wickets.
Well, Nash the bowler and Saeed Anwar, as you saw, charging, and it was very wide and a little nick, so it was a bit of a strangle, but Saeed Anwar went to that wider shot, and we'll go down now to talk to Henry Blofeld.
Well, a thorn between two roses. I have with me Intikhab Alam, the Pakistan manager, and I have also Sunny Gavaskar, the acting temporary Indian manager. Inti, tell me, tremendous start your boys have made this morning. Was this planned? Was it pre-arranged, or has it just happened?
Not really. I mean, knowing Saeed Anwar and Ahmed Sohail, they're both very exciting players, very positive approach. And once again, both of them gave a very good start. But I wasn't very pleased the way Saeed Anwar got out. And I mean, he was playing so well, he was getting runs so easily. There was no need for him to, you know, jump out and hit it like that. But again, I'm very pleased with the performance so far.
It is extraordinary. It's been the way of the competition, hasn't there? A lot of good players have got themselves set, they've done the hard work, and then just go and trade away.
That's right. I don't know what the reason is, but I suppose you can learn from your mistakes when you sit back and think where you've gone wrong. I hope we won't do it again.
Well, it does look now, doesn't it, as if on Friday in the final you two are going to be in conflict. But first of all, Sonny, your thoughts on the first hour and a quarter this morning?
Well, first of all, let me say, Inti and I are old pals. There's no conflict between us at all. I think our trip to Australia, rest of the world, was one of the most enjoyable trips that I've had. But I think Pakistan have got off to such a terrific start that it does look as if they are capable of now posting a score in the region of 300, which will be difficult for New Zealand to get.
And, of course, the New Zealanders, well, I mean, they relied again, they had to, because of the injury to Morrison, on Heath Davis, the newcomer, and he just wasn't up to it.
Yes, I think he's probably nervous. It's only his second big game, and it's a wicket which is not something which he would like to carry along the cricketing tours in his back pocket. This is a batsman's wicket, and he's obviously found it difficult to bowl to Saeed Anwar, who's in such tremendous form.
And so you're anticipating a happy, interesting, entertaining final against Sunny's Indians.
Well, first we have to make sure that we win this match. Think about that.
But you are reasonably confident, I would think, about this match, and probably are you about the final too now?
Well, we are. I think if we reach final, I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting and exciting game.
And you feel your side really are coming to the peak at the right time, Inti?
Well, we are very confident, and I know that India have played very well yesterday after beating Australia. I think they have worked on their game. I personally feel that it's going to be a very exciting game.
Well, if it is India-Pakistan in the final, it's going to be a hard nut for both of you to crack. Anyway, I'm sure it will be a most entertaining game, that. But let's get back to this one. Pakistan have really put New Zealand on the rack in the early stages. Let's see how it continues from here by joining the main commentators once again.
Thank you, Henry, and back to the game. 1-1-2, 1 the score.
Intikhab just as well, he didn't really answer the question as to whether or not he thought that they would win. He just said that they were confident and diplomatic as ever, and then giving credit to the fact that India had picked up their performance too with that very fine win yesterday against Australia. So we should see a great match. It's 2 days away. This one isn't over quite yet, 50.
Yes, I almost felt some resignation in your voice there, Glenn, but this game is by no means over. That's the Chris Harris record, 24 years of age, 46 matches, 49 wickets, so he needs one to get to his 50, always landmark. 1437 runs, 29.3 the average, 4.5 is the economy rate. 3 for 15 at Napier in 1992 versus Zimbabwe's best. And that's Bassett in the center. Harris bowling from the far end, which is the football ground end. Salim Malik, and he must be quite relieved and happy to see such a wonderful start.
Is he likely to float to Basit Ali? Could he come in ahead of him or not?
That's to mid-wicket. I think, Glenn, they'll stick to the batting order.
Successful recipe to date. Perhaps no need to change it, although it's just that Basit Ali, to my mind, is such a exciting stroke maker that the more overs he can be out there for, the better it would be for Pakistan.
And that's driven wide of mid-off. Good bit of fielding there. Just the single.
Let's just have a look at the speed ball radar and the comparisons there. Davis just a little quicker than Nash and considerably quicker than Pringle. That's the fastest balls, and we have an average as well, which we'll provide for you later on.
Inzamam to face Harris. That's Howard. He's warning a little. Brilliantly fielded. Douglas takes most of the pace of the ball, but just the single.
And
Nash.
Yes, good save there. Was going hard enough. Had to beat him. The sweeper would have had to have made a lot of ground and may not have had time to collect it.
And that one's past mid-off. Ball racing away, 4 runs to the mid-off boundary. 1-1-8 for 1. Good shot by Sohail.
Yes, it is. It was wide and full, and the offside sweeper too square for that. And once it beat the inner circle, I had no problem in getting there. Look at that, 44 from 49 balls, so that's good pace of scoring. Saeed Anwar has made a bit of a mockery of ratio of runs to balls, but if you're up round a runner ball, then that's quick enough by most people's standards.
Straight to cover. 1-1-8 for 1, end of the 18th.
ये तो सोता ही रहता है। हाँ तेरे की गया तू ये ले, तेरा इलाज लाया हूँ विप्रो बल्ब। अरे मुर्गे अभी सुबह नहीं हुई। विप्रो बल्ब और ट्यूब जैसे दिन का उजाला।
Preserving those joyful special moments in your life should be possible without hard work. Panasonic has the answer. The fully automatic video movie camera. Slim camcorder A1. Panasonic.
Thompson is going to continue. So 44 to Sohail, Inzamam 28, 1-1-8 for 9. The 19th over about to start. Thompson the bowler, and it's going to be Glenn Turner and Simon Reed.
Let's just reach a shuffle of the field around here. It's a very difficult ask, and New Zealand is trying to work out how they can stem the flow, and that's a tough task. Welcome back in, Simon.
Thanks, Glenn. Yes. It's relentless. Inzamam gradually moving up the gears, and the scoring rate threatening to be very soon as good as it was early on.
There's enough width there. Inzamam very strong on both sides of the pitch. Things of particular interest to me is one is how many of Pakistan going to end up with, and the other one is how New Zealand will go about giving themselves a chance of getting that total.
Okay, well, you can answer your own questions. How many do you think? I would have thought we're going towards 280, 290.
Well, the way things are going now, that's a fairly conservative estimate, I would have thought.
The record here is 338. That was New Zealand, in fact, against Bangladesh back in 1990. 338 for 5.
There's Kamar Ahmed from Pakistan, who of course does some work for One World of Sport in New Zealand, and proudly showing the logo on his dress this morning.
Well, he's played that once or twice. Just making room and chopping it back, and he's been a bit lucky.
He is lucky. He's bowled quicker and flatter, and too close in to cut. Look at that. Oh dear, that could have knocked over about leg stump. And when you're cutting, for that to happen, it's a little embarrassing. So although a little shorter, it was quicker and kept low.
End of the over, 124 for 1. Hello to you watching at home in New Zealand. It's a difficult time, I'm sure, for you to be patriotic, but hope you're appreciating what Pakistan are doing here. Some super batting, first of all from Saeed Anwar, and now taken up by Sohail and Inzamam. Salim Malik in next, and then Basid Ali. And 300 is certainly being threatened. Glenn Turner has a break now, and alongside me is Asif Iqbal. It's still very much Pakistan's day.
Yes, and what a treat to the viewers on television and to the crowd here.
Everyone, I'm afraid, getting flogged, apart from Chris Pringle.
Yes, as we can see, the run rate is very high. Almost everyone has gone over 6, except for Pringle, the most experienced of the New Zealand bowlers. And I'm sure that Gavin Larson, when he elected to field after winning the toss, in his wildest dreams, never thought that this is the treatment that Pakistani batsmen.
The batsman hits the ball against that, he will collect. Good shot by Amir Sohail. He's so strong off his legs. Douglas, the fielder, at mid-on, but an easy single. Just show any batsman waiting in the pavilion, that's what they've got to aim at if they're thinking of their bank managers. If they can cut, snick, or hit the ball against that, they're in the money.
There are 2 of those extra boards, mind you.
These are things, Sonny, aren't they, that have come into the game in the last few years. I don't think there were too many of them about in your playing days even, were there?
Well, I think in our playing days, we had a lot of people who drove the ball straight, so maybe the sponsors were a little worried that they would lose a lot more money then.
Sohail, very competitive cricketer. Another on drive. Not a great piece of fielding by Douglas, but it didn't matter. 144 for 1. Really is sweltering out there today. There's very little breeze. And people sitting under parasols and in the shade where they can find it. And in the members' stand, we're lucky because there are a lot of electric fans in the roof. They keep the air moving. A wonderful start there for Pakistan. The 100 up was up after 15.1 overs, the quickest 100 of the tournament. And there you can see the fans that are above our heads keeping us cool. Oh, well fielded, Harris. He got down very quickly for that one. They say charity begins at home. Amir Sahel doing a little bit of self-help fielding there.
Well, there's no question that Chris Harris, to me, has been the outstanding fielder of the tournament so far. He's been absolutely brilliant.
Brian Young down there. Harris always seems cheerful, doesn't he? Always got something to smile about. I like to see cricketers who are prepared to laugh. Laughter's infectious, isn't it? Nice stroke, but comfortable single. Nash there, the fielder. People catching up there with the news. Yes, sir, you're on television.
Well, that's Kamar Ahmad. I tell you what, he makes a good curry.
Oh, that was a free gift, but he's got it wrong. Sohail, he's found the fielder out there, Fleming, at deep square leg. That relish might have gone for 6. It was such a gift.
It came on slowly. It was the change of pace, the one that Harris tosses more like a leg spinner. Difficult to pick the pace of that.
So, Sonny, the culinary genius of our old friend Kamar Ahmed is considerable, is it?
Oh, yes. You could check with the TVNZ crew. And no after effects as well.
Well, I was going to say, I wondered if it was some subtle third degree. Journalist who always seems to turn up at all these tournaments. He's a great friend of all of ours. And it's the end of the over. It's 149 for 1.
Grip, the latest tire for the latest bikes.
You've tasted, enjoyed, and loved our butter.
Kamar lives at Hyderabad and the Sindh Desert, spends a lot of time in London. He was no mean cricketer himself. He never played for Pakistan, but he bowled leg breaks, didn't he?
Yes, I think he bowled orthodox left-hand spin.
Oh, it was left-hand. I didn't realize that. I was thinking he was a wrist spinner. Now it's Shane Thompson, who's coming in from behind umpire Carl Liebenberg. And he's going to bowl to Sohail. 149 for 1 is the Pakistan score. We're in the 27th over, so they've made terrific progress this morning. And the first earrings of the day. Fleming there. Balloons and jubilation. 150 is up. The big man in Zamal Haq. Here's Thompson. And that's gone between the two fielders there at long on and deep mid-wicket. 4 runs. That was well placed by Inzamam.
Well, that was a terrific shot because there's not that much of a gap between deep mid-wicket and long gone. And he's bisected the fielders so well. You can see that's not much of a gap. Terrific shot.
You can see where he gets his power from, can't you? Thompson throwing that one a little bit wider, but Inzamam saw it, opened the face, and has run it down to the untalented third man area for 2 runs. And that is Inzamam Haq's 50. His second 50 in successive matches. He's striking a rich vein of form then towards the end of the tournament. It's another handsome stroke. It's a run for Heath Davis. And Amir Sohail had to hurry over the last few yards of the second run, but he made it easily enough.
That's another good-looking shot. Once again placing the ball between the fielders.
Again, just the one there, Fleming at long on. Talking about placing it between the fielders, I thought Jadeja yesterday was magnificent in that respect, and also in respect of the timing he showed.
Yes, I think it's a tribute to the wickets prepared over here. The ball does come onto the bat quite nicely. One can go forward and play their shots without worrying too much.
Well taken by Perori. It's a wide call, quite rightly so by Mr. Liebenberg. What a fine piece of wicket-keeping.
Yes, quite obviously a wide. And of course, wicket-keepers tend to whip the bails off. It's a bit of practice as well for them.
The end of another over. 27 have now gone, and it's 161 for 1.
Preserving those joyful, special moments in your life should be possible without hard work. Panasonic has the answer. The fully automatic video movie camera. Slim camcorder A1.
Panasonic. DHL keeps your business moving. Around the world, around the clock.
Benders behind the timbers. If you do keep wicket, the one thing is you're in the game all the time, aren't you?
Yes, but it does leave you with sore palms and sore fingers.
Good shot there. 2 runs. And really, this flow of runs is not being checked at all. Crowd, nearly all Pakistani supporters, they're loving it. There's Heath Davis. A most disappointed young man. He had 2 overs this morning that were as wayward as the 2 he had the other day against Sri Lanka. And it looks as though that may be all he gets. Like shelling peas, isn't it? Runs coming just about where the batsmen want. So there we can see the top batsman, Saeed Anwar, who set off such a hectic start, 9.7 per over. But the other 2 aren't sluggards, are they? Only sluggards by comparison. Harris now to Sohail. There's Pringle at long on. Now the top bowlers, well, I'm afraid no one's bowling at less than 4 runs and over, and poor old Heath Davis, he's went for 11 and over. Oh dear. Another lovely shot, 4 runs. That was timed and placed beautifully by Inzamam. Goodness me, he's batting well.
And that's the hallmark of a class player. Hitting the ball and then finding the gaps. There's no point hitting the ball hard straight to the fielder. And Inzamam ul Haq has been picking the gaps with ease, not for boundaries but for runs. He's keeping the scoreboard ticking.
It's Thompson at short fine leg. It's the end of the over. It's 170 for 1.
In 1898, my great-grandfather, William Grant, created a secret blend of Scotland's finest whiskies. He handed on this secret to my grandfather, and he to my father. And for 5 generations, my family have carefully handed on the secret of William Grant's family reserve Scotch whisky. Grants, share the secret.
Preserving those joyful, special moments in your life should be possible without hard work. Panasonic has the answer. The fully automatic video movie camera. Slim camcorder A1.
Panasonic.
Well, there is the very powerful Pakistan position. Sohail and Inzamam playing so well. Time now for a change in the commentary box. It's going to be Glenn Turner and Ifti.
Thank you, Henry. And Glenn still adjusting his new garb. He's finally got it all right.
Yes, just about, Ifti. I think I'm right.
That's a New Zealand supporter.
Could be.
Sohail still there. Thompson, the bowler, around the wicket. Down the wicket he comes, but he doesn't quite get hold of it. And it goes straight to a fielder.
And charging. Can't afford to miss when you do that. Fleming doing the fielding.
It's Larson.
The way it's hitting at the moment, unless Pakistan make a botch of it, it's not a question of 300, it's a question of 300 and what?
60 run rate. Swept, and swept well. 4 runs to the final leg area. 1-7-4 for 1.
Well, the field that Thompson's got, he can't afford to drift it down there, and he knows that because there's no one back on the sweep. He's got a deep mid-wicket, but he hasn't got the orthodox man on the sweep, trying to strengthen other parts of the field. And so as soon as it drifts down there and Sohail or any batsman catches up with it, it's going to be 4. Now he's sending, it looks like Young going back there.
That's Young dropping back. So they're trying to make room. Let's watch the replay. The ball not giving him enough room. He was a little cramped as he played that shot.
Yes, he's done this before. And look at it drifting in, and he's tried to cut that from way outside leg stump. And an impossibility.
Firmly driven. It's Harris, and 175 for 1. End of the 29th. Behind to face. Bowling figures: Pringle 6 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Davis 2 overs, no maidens, none for 22. Nash 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. Larson 3 overs for 23 runs. Thompson 6 overs for 40 runs. And Harris 6.
Harris and Pringle are the only 2 that you can select out there. that are not going for more than 6s and over. Look at that, they're going Harris 4.8 and Pringle 4, and the remainder 6 or more.
Pringle wondering a little.
Some discussion, I was having a discussion with Abdul Rahman Bakka here in Bukata, and he's in charge of the ground here, and he's just wondering whether or not they could change conditions to assist the bowlers a little more, but if they risk doing that, they could end up with wickets where they help the bowler too much. And I understand just a slight misfield there. It's only a single nevertheless. I understand that when they used the local soil here, the pitches didn't bind together as successfully. They couldn't reproduce them day after day, and they turned square. And we had sides, I think, in one of the finals where it was India, I think, got 120 and Pakistan got 87, or the other way round. And really these one-day matches are about runs being scored and batsmen dominating.
Larson bowling. Inside the circle, that's fielded. 176 for 1, and if Larson strays down the leg side, could be in trouble.
Well, we saw that hurricane start there with that 16 off the 4th over, but it's still been high throughout, and just in those last 3 or 4 overs as well, nothing under 4.
Through mid-wicket. .177 for 1. Pakistan, that's the score. And Zaman will cut 59, so 70, that's the electronic board on the ground. 29 overs and 6.03 the run rate. Plays and misses, and Larson smiles and says, well, I got that one to move away. 177 for 1.
That's a rarity. A wry smile on Larson's face, and also Sohail. You haven't seen the ball go past the bat too often. And now Larson indicating to someone else in the field that it's their turn. They should get loose and come on and take their turn at the crease.
So both Sohail and Inzamam now getting some useful batting practice.
And this is the last ball, previous over. And then the reaction here from Sohail.
Inzamam comes down the wicket and turns it with the little spin there was out to deep square leg. 1784.
So 7s from here on in, which is not impossible at all. It's another 140 by my calculation. You add 140 onto 170 odd, and you get 315 or thereabouts.
Driven past the bowler on the onside, and it could go for 4. 2 fielders converging on it, and one of them gets to the ball. They almost collide, and it's 2 runs.
Picking his spot there, just beating Thompson. And both fielders converging on it here. Could have been a terrible mix-up.
Attempted cut, trying to make room. One turned.
And we perhaps listen for sound here and see if there was a nick. There was a slap as it went into the gloves.
Let's square the wicket to Harris. Big news during this week, of course, Brian Lara's 375, which broke the world record. And I met Imtiaz Ahmed, who played in the match when servers got 365 and he got 100. Imtiaz, the Pakistan wicketkeeper batsman. Single, 181 for 1. Imtiaz is in Sharjah watching this particular tournament, and so he's not too happy there.
Yes, he's gesturing there. We've known that Enzamam doesn't like running between the wickets if he can avoid it.
Straight to Harris. 181 for 1. End of the 31st.
That's Thompson's 7th. He's into the 40s now. And discussion going on with the skipper, who's just gave him a little tap there, either of encouragement, keep going by, or well done, you can have a break for a moment or two and we'll let someone else have a go. I'm not sure which one it was. Thompson probably hopes that it's the latter.
Skipper Larsen will continue to bowl. And Sohail on 73 of 93 deliveries will be the man to face. Start of the 32nd over.
The question that's firmly in my mind is that the New Zealanders don't often play on pitches like this, whereas in this part of the world, in India and Pakistan, they can produce these pitches which do absolutely nothing. I just wonder whether it is an advantage to the local batsmen in developing a fuller range of strokes, because it is a lot of evidence here to show.
Lovely shot. Again, the onside going out to long on. 2 runs, 183 for 1.
I think that's Akram. But there is a lot of evidence to show that the other batsmen in some of these sides here in this tournament have a fuller range of shots available to them compared to the New Zealanders, and the pitches could have a lot to do with that.
Moves away past the leg stump and plays it down to third man. He innovated that shot. 184 for 1, and for both batsmen, Enzamam and Sohail now, if they stay there, the 100 for the taking. Let's watch that. The way he moved away past the leg stump and then playing it down to third man. Very innovative.
He's not content just to take singles now. They really are trying to find the fence as often as possible. And that's improvising.
Straight to the fielder inside the circle, which is Nash.
A little unlucky there. Enzamam got far enough across. He'd picked his spot. He knows that it only has to be a metre or so wide of the fielder up inside the circle there, Nash, because New Zealand have got their field set deep, straighter, and that's the sacrifice that they've had to make by bringing that player up inside the circle there. Enzamam had spotted it.
Down to third man. One more. 184 for 1. And for both batsmen, 100 for the taking if they have the patience and they want to stay there. Plenty of overs left, as you see there. Only 31.5 overs gone. Run rate 5.8. Sohail to face. Well played and well fielded by Douglas there. And 184 for 1.
The feeling was that we still couldn't produce flat wickets for them, because it meant that the Pakistani batsmen were going to score very much more freely and with more assurance on those pitches. Waqar Younis is still going to get people out on flat wickets, and so is Akram, because of his ability to move the ball around. So the only chance really that New Zealand had of winning was to produce wickets that did a bit. And that then made it more difficult for the Pakistani batsmen. And so that's the way that things panned out in New Zealand. As we just looked there at Heath Davis's first couple of overs, and I'm sure that he doesn't want us to leave that graphic up for longer than necessary.
Davis down bowling to Inzamam, and it's through the covers. .186 for one. .8 the run rate, so it's 2.1 overs. And that's the long on, and he's now moving closer to mid-on.
These two really set to take off after the bowling now, I suspect. So once again, not an easy time for Heath Davis to come on. He'll have to get it right. Sohail will be rather cruel if he doesn't. And Inzamam too. .187 for one. That's the long on, and he's now moving closer to mid-on. These two really set to take off after the bowling now, I suspect. So once again, not an easy time for Heath Davis to come on. He'll have to get it right. Sohail will be rather cruel if he doesn't. And Inzamam too. .187 for one. Davis. Fairly warm day today, although there is a strong breeze to cool things off if you're out there in the center. But for us, it's very pleasant out here. Well, that's a wild one. All of a sudden, Heath Davis wants to bend his back and put a bit more in, but in so doing, he loses control. Gave the width necessary for Inzamam to really go after it, but that added pace gave the added bounce, and so it became a swing and a miss.
It's over mid-wicket, out to the deep mid-wicket area, and 189 for one.
Now this is...
Inzamam will keep the bowling. 191 for one.
Heath Davis should be relatively happy with that over. The previous one he bowled in his first spell of 2 overs went 16, and that was a lot better than that. So although it went for 6, it's a good deal better than 16.
So Sohail there has got 77 and has faced 99 deliveries. He would rather wish those figures were reversed. Larson the bowler, and another single. There's our cheerleader again.
These two Pakistani players are just content because of what's going on here and the score that they have already, to either nudge it to the boundary field or an amble through for a single, or try and find the fence. So the urgency as far as running between the wickets is no longer taking priority.
Be one more.
I guess what that means is they'd sooner conserve their strength for the bigger shots. It also tells me that runs are so easy to come by that missing one or two through a possible misfield or putting pressure on is not worth it.
Driven on the onside, past the bowler.
Let's look at Larson there. The first couple going for 8s, then he's pulled it back in the last 2. That's still fairly expensive, and the context though, not too bad.
Goes through his overs very quickly. Short run. Sohail the batsman. Another single. 195 for 1. He's listening to the radio commentary. See the trees behind, swinging in the breeze. It's a lovely breeze.
Has he not got his own little monitor there by any chance, has he?
Straight to point.
So we have 2 in the offside and just 2 in the on watching now, and one spectator finding something interesting elsewhere.
There are plenty of them behind the netting. $195 for 1. 79, Inzamam 68, and to continue the commentary, Asif and Simon Reed.
Goes for a sprightly single and gets it.
And that's something which the Pakistanis have been doing very regularly. They have made sure that if the boundaries are not there, they are picking up the ones, and the New Zealand bowlers, although the run rate is something like over 6, still managing to keep both these batsmen, Inzamam on screen there and Amir Sohail, not really having a go with boundaries and 6s.
And he's flogged that mercilessly. To me, he looks like a man playing against a bunch of kids.
Yes, I think, just as I said it, that the New Zealand bowlers are not giving away the boundaries. Inzamam produced that shot, and surely at this stage one can see the Pakistani batsman going to go over 300.
He's making the game look ridiculously easy. Any attack would be under severe threat. And I'm afraid it's New Zealand's turn to cop it. But he's just taunting with.
Yes, I think he's taking his batting, the way he's playing his shots. One wonders as to what the New Zealand bowlers will have to do, not only to get him out, but also to check the free scoring. He's already overtaken Amir Sohail, and certainly both these batsmen are giving New Zealand bowlers a tough time, torrid time.
And Douglas missed that. Went the wrong way initially. That's why they're through for a comfortable 2. Douglas just went for to his right and then had to change direction very sharply. And there's the cheerleader.
Yes, ardent supporter of Pakistan cricketers and Pakistan cricket.
Ashid smartly.
Amir has also started his innings very slowly but confidently, and he is involved in both these partnerships, and knowing that Inzamam is striking the ball well, trying to give him as much strike as possible.
So the end of the over, 205 for 1. By New Zealand against Bangladesh 4 years ago, and that looks under severe threat. Ironically, it's the New Zealanders who are the wrong end of this.
Yes, I think, well, we have seen that recently another record was broken. Ryan Lara breaking Sir Garfield Sobers' record. So records, I suppose, are meant to be broken.
Thanks for reminding me of that.
Well, the one thing which I think the Pakistanis are pleased about that particular record, that Sir Garfield had scored those runs against Pakistan, but now that has been shifted and it's gone to your country, Simon.
Yes. A better player. Oh. Just a single. But you get the feeling, Davis, the fielder, that Inzamam now is just about to go into overdrive.
Here it is, Gavin Larson. Inzamam having a mighty go at it, but straight to the fielder. Both these batsmen are now throwing the bat at everything. And the New Zealand bowlers as well as the fielders are under tremendous pressure.
Single to Sohail. Larson had a pretty torrid time early on, but now figures are slightly more respectable. I wonder for how much longer Inzamam beginning to really open his shoulders.
Yes, and I wonder what he must be thinking of his decision now. But I suppose he knew that.
Again, just playing with him. Despairing dive from Dion Nash. But he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yes, that was improvisation. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew that the fielder has been brought up into the ring, and seeing that vacant position, Inzamam placing himself outside off stump to a ball which I think probably pitched middle and off.
I think you're right. Larson takes it all pretty phlegmatically. He's a very sound individual, but it must be hurting this. This is the best I've seen Inzamam. I saw obviously the World Cup on television, but live I've never seen him play as well as this.
He's got so much potential. He came to England with that big reputation after the World Cup, and he didn't really live up to that, but Pakistani selectors knew his potential, and I'm glad that they're giving him this opportunity.
Yeah, the field Pierce comfortably. Fleming this week. Thompson out there. He was bowled pretty well, but it's been under the cosh like they all have. So, end of the over. The score up to 211 for 1. The official total, which you see in front of you, and there's still Malik and Basid Ali to come, and of course the imposing figure, one of the biggest one-day hitters. It's still hovering around the 6 mark. It started at 8.5. That sort of stuff when Anwar was going. Respectable figures for Harris. Let's see if he can keep them going.
Yes, in fact, Harris and Pringle are the only 2 bowlers who have bowled their 6 overs apiece, have got the respectable figures. But other than that, all the bowlers have gone above 6, and some of them over 8 as well. So Pakistanis, I think, are going to go after Chris now.
Douglas, cover. Yes, went for 9 in his last over. Otherwise, in these terms, on this day, that's very respectable bowling.
Yes, it is. But now he has come back to bowl his second spell, and I think that's when mostly the batsmen give harsh treatment to the bowlers.
Good bit of work behind the stance by Perori, and a tester for umpire Kanji. Perori says, come on, let's have a look at the television replay, but Mr. Kanji not impressed. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, the foot looked as if it was just back.
Yes, well, it looked as though the foot was back, but what is surprising is Kantilal Kanji, the umpire at square leg, didn't ask for the third umpire to come into action. It was a close decision, but I think it was the right one in the end. Yes.
It's back he was. And Inzamam, a wry smile from him. And maybe more slaughter to continue.
Yes, and good job that Barry Lamson went back there quickly. It's good to see, in spite of all that's going on in the middle, that Perore and Harris managing a smile.
This is quite a fiery individual, Perori. And a real moment there where the ball beat the bat for the first time in ages. But not then. Single. Keith Davis, the sweeper. Taste of cricket, perhaps.
Pick the right day. I think we are seeing some of the finest exhibition of batting in one-day cricket.
Slight misfield for once from Harris. Don't often see those, especially with his own bowling. Sohail just content now to tick away with these singles and give Inzamam the strike.
Yes, that's exactly what he's doing, and we have seen and we all know what Inzamam can do.
More work for Davis. End of the over, 215 for one. 215 for one. Yes, all sorts of things have been going on in the Pakistan entourage over the last few months, and I wonder if normality is now restored.
Well, with all the controversies that are going, which follows Pakistan cricket everywhere, if they can still produce players of the caliber of Inzamam, Janab Sohail and Saeed Anwars and go on to win the World Cup, I think controversies and things that follow take second place.
Pringle, 6 overs for 24, is the pick of the bowlers so far. Now then, let's see how he does here. The big man on strike. So much time.
Yes, I think that's what the main thing about Inzamam's batting is. That's the highlight of his batting. He has so much time. And this reminds me of another player, great Pakistani batsman Majid Khan. Whenever he used to bat, we used to envy him for having so much time to play his shots. And Inzamam, again, like Majid, has so much time to play his shots. Picks the ball and line in the length very quickly.
Just eludes Harris, it was. The leaping figure at short mid-wicket. So they're through for a couple.
Yes, Harris, there we'll see Inzamam playing that wideish of him. Gets full marks for trying. I mean, after all the battering that all the bowlers are getting, and he's also in the middle of it, he's giving more than 100%.
Inzamam on 83. And, we're seeing diving fielders both sides of the wicket, but unfortunately none of them can get Too much on it.
Well, they'll certainly get 100 marks for the effort. There, Inzamam once again hammering that ball.
Douglas it was.
Just bouncing over the top of Douglas' outstretched hand.
So this is Hale on 86. Could get a couple here, but of course they're always wary of Inzamam now. There's surely a bit of misfielding.
Well, that's the first time they really sort of put pressure on the fielders, and which brought about the fumble. But in the past, they haven't really. They were just sort of content by taking just the single. And this is what they should be doing. They should try and put pressure on the New Zealand fielders. After all, it's an international match, and every run counts.
Looking for the second. Not quite on that time. Hartland, the fielder. 2-2-1 for 1. Inzamam. And he certainly dominated this New Zealand attack. So 222 for 1. Here's Harris. Young down there. Another couple. Change in the commentary box. Sunil Gavaskar is to be joined by Henry Blofeld.
Thank you, Simon. Harris it is to Inzamam. Sonny, I was talking in the drink interval to Barry Lampson from South Africa, who's the third umpire today, and he was telling me that the third umpire is only allowed to adjudicate on run-outs, stumpings and hit wickets, when in fact there are other occasions when a third umpire might be used. Wasn't such an elegant stroke for once by Inzamam. He's got a single. Do you believe that it is right now that we have the third umpire, that television evidence is permissible, that should be used in all cases where it might clear up our misunderstandings?
Yes, certainly. I think particularly when catches are scooped in the slips, if the television cameras can get that clearly.
I was talking to Barry, who was against you and wouldn't agree with you. And do you remember the incident in the Hero Cup final in Calcutta when I think it was Keith Arthurton of the West Indies was bowled? No one saw it. The ball just flicked the off bail and went away, and everyone followed the ball, and the bail was found to be off. And we saw clearly on television that it had hit the stumps, and no one out there knew.
Yes, I think it is for incidents like this that the third umpire should be used, even when fielder dives and stops the ball on the boundary ropes. If the ball might have carried over the boundary ropes, because often the fielder, having dived, does not know whether the ball has rolled on and touched the boundary ropes.
And Sir Hale there was aiming on the onside. That was almost off the leading edge out into the covers for the single. It's the end of another over. 39 have gone. It's 229 for 1. Harris shaking his head. He's not particularly happy. And I must say the Pakistanis have got off to the most tremendous start today. They're aiming at 300. It's been very much one-way traffic. The New Zealand bowlers have never looked as though they were going to pin the Pakistanis back. And of course, their newcomer, Heath Davis, was very wayward early on. And it's Pringle coming back at the far end. He's going to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Amir Sohail. single there. Sonny, coming back to this, in South Africa, in fact, they do use the third umpire to decide whether or not the ball has gone for four. But Barry Lampson was saying that he felt that in other cases, really the umpire out in the middle should be left to make the decision, and that the laws state clearly if there is any doubt at all, the benefit is given to the batsman.
Yes, I agree with that to a certain extent. Yes, the umpire should be in charge out there, but there should be, supposing there's a catch taken close to the ground.
Oh, he played that just wide there of Harris at mid-wicket, and away it goes for 4 more runs, and the torrent of runs continues to the delight of most of the spectators here, who obviously are supporting Pakistan.
Well, it would have been a truly fantastic catch if Harris had latched onto that one, but it was too wide of him. Inzamam ul Haq hitting the ball and then not even making the effort to move, because he knew that he'd hit it so well it was going to go for runs. But as I was saying, if it's a catch taken close to the ground, then the third umpire should come in case he's not very sure. The umpires out there in the middle are not very sure as to what has happened. Because if we're trying to get the correct decision going, then why not?
It strikes me that cricket's now, there's much more money in cricket. It's quite a well-off game, and it's silly if everyone in the world watching television sees the batsman's out, and yet he's given not out. It seems to me that that's wrong. That's a delicate shot by Inzamam. It was a slow ball. He waited for it, he late cut it, and very well stopped there by Fleming on the boundary. He certainly got himself a dry cleaner's bill.
Such a good effort down there by Fleming. But look how delicately Inzamam has hit it. He's timing the ball very well. Confidence growing with every ball that he's faced.
Well, he's now got 95, Amir Sohail 92. Who's going to get to 3 figures first? The crowd are already in a seether of ferment. That was a very friendly pull toss, and Inzamam will be disappointed only to pick up 2 from it. The crowd, of course, anticipating Inzamam's 100 with that regulated hand clapping. Amir Sohail, he's very experienced. He won't mind. He'll be happy to bide his time and get his 100 when it comes along. Well, that's a relatively rare commodity today, a dot ball. It's the end of the over. Pakistan are 237 for 1 with 10 overs left. And I think the gentleman there nearest the frame, nearest us, is he's a politician from Pakistan. Am I right in thinking he's the Minister of Health, or was the Minister of Health, Sonny?
Good question, Henry. Unfortunately, no answer.
Well, we may both have got it wrong, in which case it's going to be Dion Nash to Amir Sohail. Well, that wasn't such a good shot. He was playing it almost on the walk, wasn't he? He didn't really come forward.
Yes, I think Amir Sohail tends to open his shoulders a little bit. There you see Dion Nash's bowling figures.
Dion Nash sliding down the hill, starting with 11, then 9, then 5, and jolly nearly a maiden. Well, that's a lovely shot. That's going towards the boundary. It's been cut off there by Fleming. And the lady's enjoying it too.
This is a lovely shot. No bowler likes to be driven straight back, and particularly if you're a quick bowler. It's been played on the up, stump vision giving you a terrific view there.
And you saw how hard he hit it, didn't you? It fairly whizzed away, that one. Very exciting stump vision. Sohail's 94. And he's still 94. That's Chris Harris in the covers. Sorry, at mid-wicket.
Chris Harris has been the outstanding fielder in this tournament for me. Taken two absolutely stunning catches. He's been a live wire on the field. It's quite hot out there. He's never flagged even for a moment. He's given it all every single time the balls come to him.
Don't know whether Sohail has got rather, not exactly nervous, but a bit bound up in trying to beat Inzamam to the 100. That one was a full toss. He hit it right on the bottom of the bat. As Inzamam, he looks as relaxed as anything, doesn't he? Very laid back he is. Times one wonders if he isn't a little bit too laid back, almost for his own good. Runs here. Young down there, and back they come. No, they don't. They stay content with one. I just say, there are Pakistan supporters too, but they look rather solemn about it, don't they? Nothing solemn about that lot there. The chap at the back is in great ball. What's that balloon say? Wasim Akram, his own son. Well, I'm not quite certain what he means by that, but there we are. They're all in tremendous form, aren't they, the crowd? Here's Nash to Inzamam. And that is going to be his 100. It is 4 runs. Inzamam ul-Haq goes to 101. He has got there first. Sohail still on 95. It was a gift, a full toss. He hit it for 4 and waves to his adoring fans.
And what a superb knock this has been. Right from the time he's arrived at the crease, he's been middling the ball. Oops.
Oh, my goodness me, that's a painful celebration.
Yes, I think Inzamam was looking at the ball. He didn't look at the bowler. That has been a tremendous innings by Inzamam ul-Haq.
The second 100 of the tournament, Asanka Gurasena made that wonderful 117 not out in the semi-final in the last qualifying game against New Zealand for Sri Lanka. And our old friend, the Old Testament prophet, he's in mid-season form as well. Well, it's in the air, but that's safe enough. Larson after it. So 99 now to Amir Sohail.
He didn't quite get hold of that. He's pulled it off the front foot. Just goes to show how amiable this wicket is. Good wicket to bat on. And of course, everybody standing now in anticipation of that 100.
Yes, the rhythmical clapping. Here is Nash to Sohail. It's a full toss, and he's hit it straight back to the bowler. Well, so 99 to Amir Sohail. 8 fours, that's all the boundaries he's hit today. And he's done a fine job. And of course, it was his partnership with Saeed Anwar, who was the man out for just 37 this morning, that really gave this innings its momentum. That is his 100. Well played, Amir Sohail. Waving his bat to the dressing room, and everyone round the ground clapping him, a great many coming to their feet. It's been a tremendous innings, the second 100 today. And really, that's rather solemn clapping, isn't it? New Zealand being swamped by this barrage of runs.
Yes, the New Zealand bowlers really have had it here today. It's been a very difficult time for them. They first found Saeed Anwar in such striking form, and then Amir Sohail and Inzamam ul-Haq haven't given them an inch either.
So easily played, wasn't it? If Inzamam was given just one stump to play with, you do it. There we have our own Iftikhar Ahmed on the right. Simon Reed's having a giggle in the middle. The end of the over, 261 for 1, and there is our own Glenn Turner too. And Ifti.
Thank you, Henry. Now we could really see some very big hitting. Both batsmen having got their hundreds, and Inzamam to face. Larson the bowler. Just to shuffle down the wicket and out to deep mid wicket for single. And it's really been, so far, Pakistan all the way.
The amazing thing for me is that for 15 or 20 overs, these two have really just ambled between the wickets and picked New Zealand off, but not done it with a lot of urgency. What could be possible if they were really firing from both ends, as they're undoubtedly just starting to do now that they've both got their hundreds and continue to.
Straight to mid-wicket. And 263.
That's, I guess we could say that that's our Mahatma. Doc Williams, our producer. Unit manager, floor manager, you name it.
Oh, that's a lovely hit. Straight over the bowler's head, 4 runs. Straight down the wicket that. 267 for 1. And now the charge really underway. Pakistan, there you see that beautiful shot. Straight over the bowler's head.
Well, Larson's rather gratified there that it wasn't a little bit closer to him. He was hit so hard, he would have been in danger of injury.
Now to deep square, 268 for 1.
A little bit of subtlety here, Ifti. Look at that, he just tried to pretend to go, and then in the end did, but just balking there with his improvisation. So Inzamam prepared to move to the offside or get outside leg stump and move around in the crease to try and make something out of nothing.
Played square of the wicket and placed well, and just picked inside the fence there, and it's 270 for 1, 2 runs to Sohail.
And giving himself room there and barely reached it. Nash doing well, coming around the field and just keeping inside the rope.
Single down to third man area, 2-7, 1-for-1. Of 1-1-6, so the quicker of the two. Bowling change. Harris coming on to bowl, and it's going to be Sohail there to face, having changed his gloves.
Yeah, look at that there. Very evenly placed. Inzamam, remember, right-hander. So on the left-hand side of that run chart there is his offside. And a lot through, 29 runs through that mid-on region. 26, so a slight emphasis with his onside play.
Through the covers, 2-7, 2-for-1.
And with Sohail, we'll have a look at his wagon wheel. And remembering that he's a left-hander, and therefore on the left-hand side of that wagon wheel is the offside. 19 down to third man, 26 through mid-off, very strong there. But once again, a fairly even mix on the off and on side for Sohail.
45 runs in the V there, so he's played pretty straight. So, Inzamam to face Harris. Makes it into a full toss, down to third man.
He's tried to hit that too hard. It was a juicy full toss just outside off stump. Could have picked his spot, tried to thrash it and ended up nicking it down to third man. So just under 6 overs remaining. So they should get well in excess of 300 here. And look at all those 9 wickets in hand.
6.2 the run rate. Full toss. So moving away past his leg stump. Didn't quite get it where he wanted it, or traveling out too long on.
Harris here, keen to follow him. Look, he's followed him, but he hasn't got his length right. He'll accept the fact that the ball's just been bunted down to mid-on for a single at this stage.
Fine drive to mid-off. Just the single.
With Inzamam on strike, and I must confess, if I was the bowler, I wouldn't be following through too far. In fact, you could be calling for a helmet.
The batting analysis and the Manhattan there pretty even. You see the very bright start. Bit of the lowering of the tempo after the 10th over, and then up again after that.
Yes, it was even. Good save here by Harris. Fairly even, but on the high side, of course. Not too many low points there, and no maidens.
There's an appeal for LBW by Harris. 275 for 1. Inzamam on strike. That's a big hit to long on, 4 runs. The ball traveling far too quickly for the long on there, even to run across and cut it off. That was really firmly hit with all the bulk, Inzamam's bulk behind it.
Gave himself some room there, just to try and get his legs outside the ball so he could hit it straighter. There's a long on back there, Young. And Young didn't have to make a lot of ground, but the ball went so quickly it beat him.
279. Davis, and it's 280. So runs coming up well. The top batsman here, Saeed Anwar, 9.7, then Inzamam 6.2, and Sohail 4.9, the quietest of the 3. And that's a big hit. Could be a 6. We'll have to wait for the fielder's signal. No, it's a 4. Over the mid-wicket fielder, and first bounce into the boundary line.
Larson trying to get it in the block hole desperately there, but just high enough as a full toss to be fetched over the top to that vacant wide mid-on position.
Another single.
It really is character building here for any bowlers. You just got to try and persevere, and it's a question of who gets the greater mauling. When the batsmen are taking to you like that, you're getting a mauling, but you have your turn at bat, and you just got to do it to a greater extent if you can.
That's up in the air. He could be out caught, is he? No, drops in front of the fielder, which is Young, and they go through for just the one, and perhaps Young could have been a little quicker running in there. He might have got closer. Let's watch it.
Yes, it fell between the two. It's a question of whether Young could have got in quicker, as you say. But a mishit for a change by Inzamam.
One more. 287 for one at the end of the 46th over.
And I think that's Larson's.
37, he faced 23 deliveries. And it's Harris now bowling to Sohail, who moves away from his stumps and plays it down to third man for 4. Harris quite disappointed there that he didn't play it on to the stumps, but the ball going past the stumps for 4.
Well, Sohail gave himself just too much room really there, and it was a nick. And Harris probably felt that he'd done him, but he just got a little nick on the ball to take it wide of the stumps.
It's another big hit, could be 4. The ball travelling to the deep square leg area. It's 4 runs. And now both these batsmen throwing their bat at every delivery, trying to pile on the agony, and let's watch that again. The big heave, and it's gone for 4.
It's a question of just how strong these two are now. They don't appear to be showing too many signs of wear, but if they did, then they'd need to leave it to someone else, but they're doing nicely enough.
That's over mid-wicket, could be another 4. There's a fielder running there, and it's 4 runs to the mid-wicket boundary. 299 for 1. The crowd on their feet, and this is a real romp.
It is, and perhaps they've conserved their strength sufficiently with their just angling between the stumps from overs from about 20 on to 40, that now they've got enough energy left in these final few overs to hit the ball to the fence with monotonous almost regularity.
So the romp continues. 299 now, and these two batsmen have really just dominated the proceedings today. Really piled on the agony for New Zealand. And they still look hungry for more runs.
And look at that bowling for New Zealand. There's a couple under 6s, but only 2, and up as high as 9.3. So the bowlers today take quite a mauling there, including skipper Larson at 7.1 runs per over. All suffering from the sword today.
Driven on the offside, and that's the 300 for Pakistan. 300 coming in the 47th over, to the delight of the supporters.
Crowd here, and we've had 2 great games in a row. Is it possible that today New Zealand can get close enough to make it interesting?
A dot ball after a long time, a rarity here today.
Well, that was fielded by Thompson right out on the edge of the circle. Inzamam could have ambled through there really, even though he hit it hard. But not bothering.
Williamson drops a hand on it, takes some of the pace of the ball, and it's 301 for 1 at the end of the 47th. Akram is padded up, and he might be wanting to go in, and before play resumes, it's going to be Simon Reed to take you to the close of the innings.
He's looking at Wasim Akram there, who's padded up. Although Akram can give it a fair old nudge himself, that the batsman with the greater skills is more likely to get bat on ball more often. And we know that Bassett can clear the fence better than most people. So it still wouldn't surprise me if he was the one to come in if there's a forward wicket.
Inzam on 1-2-8. And that's smashed in the air. But, only a couple.
And we have that one, a real slog across the line. And Young down there made some progress, but Inzamam tried to get under it. I'm sure there's easier ways to hit 6 than attempt that. It pitched and stopped. And Young prevented the ball.
130 now, Inzamam. Full stop. Inzamam on 130. 153 is the highest total so far. That was Brian Lara in the final late last year against Pakistan. 153. So Inzamam just testing it. So too is Amir Sohail, but one suspects that Inzamam's going to get very close indeed if he gets enough of the strike. He's got to get at least 50% of the strike from here on in.
Yes, he's got an outside chance, hasn't he, really? No sixes there for Inzamam, but 14 fours.
Single.
Now that was interesting to me, that the way that Sohail chipped it into space there, but he ran the first one quickly, which indicated to me that he wanted to try and take two, waiting the ball to the boundary fielder and looking to come back for a second. For a moment I thought he was trying to give the strike to to his partner, but on second thoughts that was probably unlikely.
I think you got it spot on there, Glenn. On the ground.
And there's an indication there of just losing a bit of technique, trying to hit the ball too hard, and no doubt suffering a little bit physically now. Inzamam, look at that, he's just slogged across it. No technique there.
Yeah, normally it's economy of movement with Inzamam, isn't it? There's hardly that there.
He's still got economy of movement between the stumps, I think, when he's running.
This is true. Well, they both had it now. After all the stylish stuff we've seen up to now from Sohail, it just fell apart there. But as you say, fatigue's beginning to take over now.
Yes, I think there's a fatigue aspect. But also what it proves, of course, to especially those youngsters watching, whose heroes these guys are, that really you don't have to swing the bat hard to get it to go a long way. If you get your body transfer right, your timing right, and find the middle of the bat, the ball will sail away on its own.
He's just fetched that round. It's a long run again for Davis. It's too much. Excellent shot. He spotted the field gap and straight in. 311 for 1.
Well, there was the example of picking his spot rather than trying to hit it too hard. Although he hit across it, he knew where the field was and angled it sufficiently behind square to take 4. So that's more intelligent batting. And Dion Nash now marking out his run-up. He'll only have to bowl. The good news for him is that he'll only have to bowl 6 balls.
Nash has got the wicket to fall side Anwar. It seemed like a couple of days ago. Certainly must seem it out there in the middle. 311 for 1. The record, remember, New Zealand's 338 against Bangladesh 4 years ago. That's the record here in Sharjah. So 29 off the last 2 overs. The way they're going, it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
So we're going to get the overs through nicely by about 10 to 1 local time. That's in about 7 minutes time, I would suggest. Probably take them that long to bowl the last two, and then that gives us almost an hour for lunch.
Said with feeling. Just a single.
I think when a side scores this many, as we just look at it, it's built up to the end too. It started off with a bit of a rush. We've had 16 in the fourth over, but it's been high right throughout, hasn't it? No maidens there. I don't know about you, Simon, but when a side scores as many runs as this, you tend to feel a little battle-weary oneself, even just talking about it.
Absolutely. And it must be the same for the fielding side, if not worse. What do you think will be Larsson's strategy? Well, they'll have to go out and give it the rush, really, from the word go. There's no sense of consolidating at the start and not losing wickets. With this kind of total, they've got to give it a go from the beginning.
Yes, they have. I think he got a little nick on that, by the way, there, heading across it. Safe enough, though. Yes, I think that they may look at swapping the batting order around a little. In New Zealand, they started to use Harris towards the end as the opener. But it may be advisable that they put in a pinch hitter, and they need to get away to a flyer in those first 15 overs.
Well bowled. It's not often we've been able to say that. The bowling hasn't been dreadful, it's just that in these conditions, against these guys, it's been an uphill task.
And this young guy, a lot of talent, still learning how to play an innings, if you like, and pace himself a little and not get too reckless, but good raw talent at this stage, and he is one player that New Zealand has who has the capabilities of scoring quickly and well here.
It's in the slot, and he's gone for one, looking for a second, and they take it. Hartland, who obviously is going to have a major force to play here. But they need all their big guns to come good if they're to get anywhere near this total.
Yes, and when you say guns too, we are talking plural here, aren't we? Because no one person's going to win this game on their own.
Well timed, well placed, super shot from Amir Sahel.
Once again, Nash trying to get it in the block hole, I'm sure. It ends up a low full toss. And Sahel picking his spot very nicely there through extra cover or square cover.
Interesting, he's quickened up into the final gear better than Inzamam has. He's coming up close to him now, 134 to 137. Inzamam on 137. In the last few minutes, Sahel's done the bulk of the scoring.
Could be a fitness aspect. 13 fours there. No sixes.
I think there's tiredness showing there. Perori's keeping. Bad fumble. 320 for one. So 1 over left. 19.
So Pringle has the unenviable task of bowling the last over.
And that's up in the air a long, long way. And that's Douglas underneath it. And the end of a monumental innings from Amir Sahel. He looked to be getting tired, they both have in the last few minutes, and that was a bit of a tired shot. But so much for these fans to enjoy over the last 3.5 hours.
Yes, it was dragged down a little short. He had to club it with the cross bat. And just hitting a little high on the bat. Douglas at long on, coming in, steadying himself, and taking it reverse cut very easily. So Pakistan eventually lose their second wicket at 3:20 in the 50th. Very appreciative partisan crowd here for Pakistan.
Yes, it's been breathtaking stuff. And it's Mr. Akram just going to warm himself up, I think, before lunch, ready for his bowling spell.
You think that's the reason for it?
He's one of the biggest hitters.
I suppose he is. He's, yeah, I just tend to feel, though, that he doesn't have, with all due respect to him, he does not have the same batting skills as the two above him. Well, let's see if he can get hold of it.
But the ball can disappear when he hits it. He's one of the strongest men in the game, and if he times it right, he makes it go a long, long way.
A much slower ball there that time. And the change in pace is deceiving, although it looked to me as though Akram was more than happy to just have a sighter. He didn't wind up for it at all. He was largely looking to defend it or just get bat on ball.
Along the ground, just a single. Young, the fielder, and Inzamam on strike. But Lara's record is presumably safe now.
Yes, and the other one that he made in Antigua in the West Indies just earlier in the week is likely to be safe for a while as well.
Yes. That young man's going to have records almost everywhere he plays. That must be close. And this could be close as well. Now that's interesting. The appeal wasn't as long as I thought it might be. Looked to me like it deflected away from the wicket. Let's have a look again. Oh!
Well, I thought he had to have got a nick on that, because otherwise, how wasn't that out?
Well, it was no nick given as leg pies. It seemed to me, as to you, it looked out. Maybe. I thought it might have gone over the top. Can't think what else. So, Wasim Akram on strike. 2 balls to go.
Well, so much slower, and just totally confuse him, Akram here. He's charging, deciding to have an almighty at that, and that did everything except bowl him. Just dribbled, really, dropped over the top of the bails.
So the last ball of what's been an exhilarating innings for Pakistan. The bat's gone miles, right over the top, way up into the stand there, and he finishes with a flourish. That's the end, and just about the end of New Zealand. What a way to finish from Wasim Akram.
Well, Douglas was back at long on. He just watched it go. Look, he's walking off already. He's decided that
it's lunch.
It's lunch, and it was going to go many a mile, and he's not bothered. They can keep it up there for all he cares.
But what an innings for Inzamam al-Haq. Played his part in a major stand, 263 for the second wicket. The highest for any wicket ever here in Sharjah. So there's the scoreboard as the players take lunch. 328 for 2, just 10 short of the all-time record. Anwar with a little cameo knock as it looks now, compared with the figures that followed it. That super stand between Sohail and Inzamam al-Haq. And the bowling, well, it wasn't that bad, not as bad as it looks, but everyone was going to get punished.
Yes, and there's only a couple under sixes there, and 9.3 for Davis. Just bowled 4 overs, though. But yes, the New Zealand bowlers taking quite a mauling today.
Well, this is the wickets pack.
Henry and Glenn. 329. The target, long way off. Stump vision helping you to have a look at the batsman taking his guard. Crease freshly marked, so needs some marking for the guard. And the New Zealand batsman is Young. And that's Wasim Akram. All set, rearing to go, and the first delivery. And it's short, lifting outside the off stump, and it's through to the keeper. See that ball pitching on the stumps and lifting, movement as it went to the keeper. Akram bowling with pace. That'll be the first run, just tucked round the corner for a single. One for no wicket. This is the first over, and Pakistan 3-2-8 for 2, so the target 329. Long way to go. There's the two batsmen, Hartland and Young. Hartland to take strike. It's down the leg side, and it's a wide. Loosening up a little. Let's watch that replay again. Down the leg side, and the batsman ducks under it. Akram bowling from the football ground end, which is the far end. That one got some lift as well, and the bat drawn away at the last moment. Crowd already in a happy mood after that fine Pakistan performance in the morning. Could be a wide, and it is. So 2 wides in this over. Let's watch that again, way down the leg side.
See that so often, don't we, Ifti, with Akram? When he opens up, it's no surprise.
The next one may be just a beauty.
Precisely.
Sahil having a chat with the umpire. Got 100 today. And Imzamam, the other centurion of the day. This is the outside edge.
Yes, this is the shot that gets him into a lot of trouble. Bends his knees and tries to cut it instead of standing up on the back foot and hitting it with full face.
Oh, very wide, and a spectacular take by the keeper. And he saved 4 byes there.
Yes, Latif has a lot of work to do there. That's amazing. In fact, first slip, Inzamam was mostly in danger of getting hit with that one.
I think Inzamam was very grateful for that dive across. It's fairly close to the leg stump. 4 for no wicket.
Look.
This is Young bootlaces. A good crowd. Very vociferous one. It's going to be Arkip from the pavilion end. It's Brian Young, he's 29 years old, 1991 debut, 24 matches, given away 540 runs, average 25.7, no hundreds, and 250s. He scored 540 runs.
So we'll see slip standing very wide again here for Pakistan. Inzamam just trying to cover that big area, but look at the gap between he and Latif.
Comfortable single. 5 for no wicket, and Hartland's going to face. And his profile, 27 years old, 92-93 debut, 10 matches, 201 runs, average 22.3, no hundreds, 250s, 68 at Christchurch, his highest versus Pakistan in 1994.
Yeah, looking at those two highest scores for both players, they'll have to beat those today to give New Zealand any chance.
Into the covers. Sohail, the Centurion, looking very happy, and I'm sure he should be.
Yes, he looks as though he's purring away there like a Cheshire cat, doesn't he? Sort of just had a meal and had his drink of milk, and just patrolling quietly in the field with that very satisfied look on his face.
It's always good to get 100 under one's belt. Salim Malik didn't get an opportunity to bat today. He's going across now to the bowler. That's Inzamam, the man who got the other 100 today. Salim Malik with Akib. Some alteration in the field. The first slip is being pulled out. Inzamam, saw at first slip, is coming to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. There he is. It's a fine shot through the covers. And chased by Saeed Anwar, and they go through for 2, 3.
Strong shot there, but Saeed Anwar was a little deeper than normal at point. Allowed him to catch up with the ball. And we see now that Young is back on strike after that 3.
There's the equation, 3-2-1 to get still, 6.62 the average. Fielded by Raza at gully, good stop.
Young fresh as this one, but found the gully. Raza, a lot of bat on that. You'll feel that he's played a top shot there and ended up with no runs.
Akram, off spinner. Young facing. And some very pretty spectators there. A lot of lovely dresses. A lot of fashion about.
And Inzamam now has gone across to the other side of the pitch. He's gone from short mid-wicket to short cover. Whether that's just with Young on strike and he'll go back to short mid-wicket for Hartland, we'll wait and see. But he is the second catcher there. No slip.
8 for no wicket. Three. Sohail. Short lifting, and it's a no ball.
Well, that was useful straight too. And Hartland having a wind at it. But that was more of a... he's just letting umpire Kanji know what he thought about it, that it should be called a no ball. He did no ball it very quickly anyway.
Big outside edge, where second slip would have been uppish. Down to third man for 4. 13 for no wicket.
And that favoured cut, but just not quite getting across to it. He'll take it. The edge whistling fine of third man, an orthodox third man. So can Akram afford to bowl another short one and be given no ball from it? Is it worth that happening, just to let the batsman know that from time to time he's going to tickle him up?
That's Akram's profile. He's 28 years old, 167 matches, 243 wickets, 5,387 runs he's given away, 22.2 the average, economy of 3.8, and those are the two important figures. Average 22.2 and the economy rate of 3.8, and his best 5 for 15 at Karachi in 1993. And then dropped the ball in his follow through, starts again. Rashid Latif, the keeper.
Yes, well, the height's nice there. It didn't get too big. Just an air shot. And so Akram once again, his presence being felt.
Larson. A slow delivery.
Akram being asked to come in at the fall of the wicket. Right at the end, in the 50th over. Seen by the Pakistanis as the final pinch hitter. Unsuccessful other than the last ball, which he hit for 6.
13 for no wicket at the end of the third.
So 13 runs, and they've come quite easily, in the sense that the New Zealanders don't appear to have been too successful with many shots. A few swing and misses as well. It just shows that these conditions are so perfect for batting that they've got through to 13 in just 3 overs.
Someone doing business while having fun. Young facing Aqib Javed. And the wicket he comes, the charge, but gets it on the pads, and they go through for 1. 14 for no wicket.
Yes, well, Young did charge. Watch how he goes down the line, and then it was fired in at him. That's good bowling from Aqib Javed. Saw him coming, tucked him up. He wanted his arms free so that he could smash the ball somewhere. So a good adjustment with the ball from Javed.
That's how Scotland. Inzamam at short mid-wicket.
Well, we've got no gully now, and we've got a man either side. And on the offside, that'll be Raza, short cover, and Inzamam at short mid-wicket. So no slips, no gullies. Pakistan probably feel they've got so many runs to play with that they might as well have people in run-saving positions as much as catches.
That's beautifully played. 4 runs to the square leg fence. Lovely timing. Hartland, a wristy shot.
Just clipping it off his pads and well wide of the fielder there. And square enough to beat fine leg. Not even worth chasing for him.
18 now for no wicket. Hartland into double figures on 11. And Salim Malik, the captain, going across to have a word with Arkid. Inzamam at short mid-wicket.
So the crowd very vocal here, having fun again. But this is the area where we are up in that #1 stand, I suppose they call it. Do they call it #1 here?
The grandstand.
The grandstand. Wow. Stage of the game here where there's just lining things up a little. New Zealand taking what they can. Pakistan just happy to keep bowling line and length at this stage.
That's the grandstand there, and the pavilion is situated there as well. Shy at the bowler's end. 18 for no wicket, end of the 4th. As compared to Young's face 7, and these are the private boxes that you just saw, and fairly expensive to buy, but then they are known as the VIP boxes. People who buy them have the opportunity to invite their own guests. Some more of them will have their own television and their telephone. And that's the box from where we're doing commentary. We're situated right along the VIP boxes.
It's an example there with Young. He does sometimes just get a little bit much bottom hand in, looking to chop it onto the stumps rather than keeping the blade dead straight.
Got it onto his boot. Could have gone either way after it hit his boot. And it's always fascinating to watch when the camera goes on to the spectators, and when they are aware that the camera is on, how quickly they do the adjustments and their poses and everything else.
They certainly appear to be quite delighted that it occurs. Not in this part of the ground, though.
It's down to the long leg.
Yes, one almost feels the blue-collar worker expresses his feelings more openly than the white-collar worker.
It's a question of the Joneses. That's the general stand, and I'm sure the moment they come to know if they do, there they are, waving away. Immediate reaction. There's an appeal for a catch behind, and he's out. Brilliant catch by Rashid Latif. And Hartland is gone.
So it looks here, it's hard to tell on replay, but it looks as though he's starting to walk or starting to run. Probably helped the umpire a little bit make the decision as it happened, but he appeared to be happy enough. 19 for 1.
So 2 falls, and he's not very happy with himself. He just got a faint tickle and a brilliant catch behind the stumps, and that's Perore coming out.
Yes, it's not the nicest way to be dismissed. You feel that the ball has been a wasted ball because it's leg side, and you just get a little nick on it, and it goes into the keeper's gloves. Very frustrating way to be dismissed.
That's Perore. It's 23, 92, 93 his debut. 15 matches, 244 runs, 27.1 the average. No hundreds, no 50s, 47 at Wellington in 1994 versus India, his highest, and that innings helped New Zealand win that particular match. Let's watch that again.
Yes, well, it is a waste, but Wasim Akram will take it, and so will Pakistan.
Perore, the new man in.
New Zealand so far sticking to the same batting order that they had in the previous match. Rory was elevated to 3 on that occasion.
Short lifting. And what a hot welcome for Perore from Akram.
Yes, it was an attempt at that. He whacked it in very short, but it didn't get very big at all. It came through around about just above waist high. I think Akram was prepared to give away a no ball there by trying to get it head higher above.
There's an appeal for LBW. And that must have been close.
I think it was
19 for 1. And for the next ball is bowled, it's going to be Asif and Simon.
Well, I think Wasim Akram there feeling a little bit disappointed by that umpire's refusal to give the LBW in his favour, but I think bowling over the wicket and the ball pitching about leg stump looked like going down the leg.
Akib Javed. Slipping it into the covers, Amis Sahel picking it up. Wonder how fresh he is.
Yes, he has almost batted for 50 overs. In fact, he opened the innings and got out in the 50th over. So yes, he must be a little bit tired. But I think once you get 100, it refreshes you. And I'm sure that he is feeling quite happy about it and enjoying his stint in the field.
Raza will be called upon to bowl his off-spinners at some stage. But Akib Javed, the man with the ball at the moment. Devastating figures against India. He has a hat-trick to his name. 7 for 37 here 3 years ago. Saeed Anwar.
Another centurion. Sorry, he's not a centurion, but another partner of Amir Sohail, who gave such a wonderful start to the Pakistani innings. And both Amir and Saeed are doing a fine job for Pakistan as far as batting is concerned. And here is Akib Javed opening the bowling with Wasim Akram in the absence of Waqar Yunus. That's the other Centurion.
He's fetched that. Fetched it well. Yes, beautifully timed.
Yes, Akib in fact had a fielder placed there for that shot, and here pitching it short on the legs, not getting the height that the batsman would have liked. In spite of that, he did middle it and perfect timing.
Wasim Akram about down there, but only about 10 yards to his left, and he waved it by, really. Full flourish. Malik, the fielder. Filling up as we get into this afternoon session. Well watched, good slower ball. End of the over, 24 for 1 off 6.
Yes, the last delivery was a well-disguised one, a slow ball, but batsman equally playing it well. Akib, who has been hampered with an injury, missed out the New Zealand tour, but back in the side, and I'm sure when he's fit, he commands a place in the team, and he's an ideal ploy after the opening bowling is done by Waqar and Wasim. He's a useful player to have in the side.
.24 for 1, 4 and over. Thompson probably next, then Fleming. Douglas 6, Harris 7. He should be the main protagonist with the bat, but of course they're hoping for a lot from this guy.
And here's the guy who's trying his best to stop them from doing it.
1 wicket so far, perhaps a little fortunate. Asif Mujtaba quickly across. It's going many places around the world. It's Pakistan radio broadcasting.
Yes, and I think on the right of the commentator, the picture is not fully there, is one of the beneficiaries, former Pakistani cricketer Harun Rashid, on the left of the screen.
He looked wide to the offside, instead of which it comes down here to Ata-ur-Rahman, through for a couple. Got the way well in the gap. Just a single.
So I think after piling up that huge score, Pakistan is definitely in a very comfortable position, but at the same time it's good to see them working on it. They're not taking this game easy. They would like to restrict the New Zealanders to as few as possible, and it's good to see Wasim trying.
Again, a lot of life. Terrific bounce.
That's a good delivery from Wasim. Nice, good line. And obviously Wasim is putting all.
Short runner. Oh, now that was quite amazing. No ball call because it was adjudged to be head high and over, but he rolled in from about 5 paces there, and he got that life out of it. Quite extraordinary.
Yes, and only Wasim can do a thing like this. We all know about his capabilities, and I'm sure that Ferrore there.
He does well there. Atul Rahman coming round, just makes the stop. A bit of footwork. They're through for a couple.
That's likewise.
One of the greats there, Imran Khan, and just beyond him you can see another of the world's great bowlers, Abdul Qadir.
Yes, that's
signing autographs.
Yes, that's Abdul Qadir. It's nice to see him. He has been a bit unlucky with his fitness, and that's the reason he's not in the squad. We all know about his capabilities, and I'm sure that Ferrore there.
He does well there. Atul Rahman coming round, just makes the stop. A bit of footwork. They're through for a couple.
That's likewise.
One of the greats there, Imran Khan, and just beyond him you can see another of the world's great bowlers, Abdul Qadir.
Yes, that's
signing autographs.
Yes, that's Abdul Qadir. It's nice to see him. He has been a bit unlucky with his fitness, and that's the reason he's not in the squad.
That's a great shot. Ferrore just leaning on it, and through extra cover it goes. They need plenty more of that, but that's a start.
Yes, that was a beautiful shot.
34 for 1. To watch.
I think they're quite pleased to be here, and the fact that the New Zealand team made it to the semi-finals when they came so close to being beaten by Sri Lanka.
Younger faced, but new bowler, this very promising young man from Pakistan, Atul Rahman. Man of the match in the last match, his first, but it won't be his last.
Yes, and I think it would be appropriate to just mention about that award, the last man of the match, because Wasim Akram had taken 3 wickets for 18 runs, and in the opinion of the adjudicators, Wasim was the rightful man of the match. But it was very nice of him, very noble and generous, to say that it should be given to Atul Rahman so that this young man can be encouraged.
Through, and that's 4. Just feeling his way in. And Young takes full advantage there.
Yes, first ball by Atul Rahman, enough width for the batsman, right spot, and with no protection for the boundary line, 4 runs.
Spinning the field just in front of square. So he's on 11 now. And that's gone behind square. That's another 4.
That's a beautiful shot. Better shot than the last one. And Atul Rahman being treated. Look at that ball. Again, there's a same line and same length. Enough width for the batsman. And same result, but this time it was just behind point.
Just sometimes Atul Rahman is capable of straying early on in his spells. He comes back often well.
Yes, I think once he settles down, we saw it in the last match as well, that his first couple of overs were wayward, but once he settles down, he's got enough pace to unsettle the batsman when he bowls a good line and length.
So 2 4s in succession for Young. Third there, mistimed. Doesn't feel do it. Mid on. That was some 6 he hit at the end of his innings.
Yes, he did. We all know how good his with the bat. And I think in situations like this, if he had, instead of the last 3 or 4 deliveries, if he had last 3 or 4 overs, maybe Pakistan would have gone beyond the actual score that they scored.
Looking to make room and successfully leading the infielder to a single.
Well, New Zealand is doing fine. I mean, they're almost 5 and over, and I know it's a tall target. I mean, any team chasing in a 50-over match, 328, the odds must surely be on the side that have already got the runs in the bag. But New Zealand is making a good effort, and they're playing positive cricket.
It's 43, we're in the 8th over. Thought about it, and then thought better of it. As we said before, Atar Rahman is a man of almost limitless potential. Everyone wants him to succeed. He's got the physique to do it and the equipment. He's getting the experience fast.
Yes, and those figures don't really justify that potential. And I'm sure he's still going through the learning process, and in the August company of Bakar and Yunus. Bakar Yunus and Wasim Akram is gone to save Pakistan.
Sohail the fielder, end of the over, 43 for 1. Imran, who, although he's no longer part of the major picture in Pakistan, still everybody wants to know what he thinks of certain things.
Yes, he's always involved, and I'm sure that the public here is quite excited about his visit. And he is on the technical committee of the Cricketers' Benefit Fund Series, along with Sunil Gavaskar and Jeffrey Boycott and Ashraf Al-Haq.
So Javed is now going to have a go from the Sports Club end. What do you think the theory is behind that?
Well, I think that's the end which Wasim wanted to start. So obviously, Salim giving Wasim the choice, being the senior operator. Now that he has been given a rest, Akib probably wanted to go and bowl from that end. It's every likelihood that Akib will probably bowl the remaining overs of his spell, as he did in the first match, a 10-over spell.
Yes, I guess whatever Wasim wants, even though he's not skipper, he tends to get as far as the bowling is concerned.
And rightly so, because I think he earned that position. The services that he's given and the results that he produced, more than anything else, I don't think anybody will dispute that.
Stayed away, but makes you well. So the target is very nearly 7 runs and over already, and they haven't made a bad start, but it's an awesome task.
Yes, I think the current rate is pretty good too. And it's over 5 and over, and in spite of that, the required run rate is still over 6. There's every likelihood that it's going to go up and up.
It's a fair amount of effort there for not very much result. Cricket's very much a family experience here in Sharjah.
Yes, and that's a good thing, because that's what we wanted to create, to have a family atmosphere. It's a carnival time. The cricket in the middle is serious. Everybody knows that they are playing for a lot of pride and a lot of rewards, and the family comes to be entertained.
Relaxing now after the eventful time. But he'll be happy the way his boys have started. On to that. Atar Rahman down just behind square. Only a single.
Yes, I think Gavin Larson, when he elected to field first. I'm sure he never thought that his bowlers will get such a mauling. But here the New Zealand batsmen, their turn, they're not doing a bad job actually. They're over 5 runs and over. And there's the man who was the best of the bowlers of the New Zealand team. There's Jeffrey Howard, the coach. I wonder what the strategy is going to be now.
So crossing your fingers plays a large part of it. They came prepared. Can't get him away at the moment. Saeed Anwar cover.
Well, the regularity with which Saeed Anwar and Inzamam and Amir Suhail were beating the field and finding the gaps. That's what New Zealand needs at the moment. They need to find the gaps, they need to push that scoring rate up, and I'm sure they're waiting for the fifth bowler to arrive so that they can take more liberties of Pakistani bowlers.
Already looking at him straight, but across well. End of the over, 44 for 1 off 9. So a sound start, pretty solid, but there's not much more that they could have done, especially losing the wicket of Hartland early on. .44 for 1. Change in the commentary position, and taking over will be Sunil Gavaskar and Henry Blofeld.
Well, that was a fine blow. And the New Zealanders are scoring their runs at a tremendous rate, really. In the 10th over, we're almost to 50.
Well, they have to score at a tremendous rate, don't they? Because they're chasing a score of 328. They can't afford to play a waiting game. They've got to take their chances. And Brian Young, he's had a good tournament so far. He's played well. Enjoyed batting on this wicket with the balls coming on without too much of deviation, either in the air or off the wicket. It's good for him to get into the batting rhythm for the Tour of England to follow.
Atta Rahman to Young. There we go again. That's 4 more. That's another fine stroke. Well, that was absolutely splendid. The 50 is up in the 10th over.
Well, another short pitch delivery. This was even shorter than the previous one. And Young right on top of it, right in control of the shot. Batting well. Sure, he must be feeling good out there. It's hot, mind you, but when you're striking the ball as well as Young is doing, then sometimes you forget the heat. And of course, if the runs are coming in boundaries, you don't really have to run around too much.
Well, it's a splendid riposte by New Zealand. When you've got to chase something as large as 329, it's perfectly possible the batting side could really be so bowed down by the prospect that they really never made much of an attempt. But New Zealand are, if they're going to lose this match, they're determined to die gloriously. One can only admire their spirit. Sally Malik fielding there at mid-off. Well, I must say, today really has seen the most splendid exhibition of strokes. He'd also seen, as always, the most splendid exhibition of ice creams. Those lovely ice creams on sticks, very much a feature of the game here in Sharjah. The earrings, they're a feature too, as anyone who's listened to us over the years will know. Aren't they looking lovely? I say, ice creams in the right hand and the left there, I thought. Well, that's just a little bit rash by Perori.
Just making room to try and hit the ball on the offside. The fielders on the offside are still within the circle. So it's a fair risk that he's taking.
Well, the required run rate is rising all the same, 6.84 and over. And it just shows you the size of this task, Herculean task that is facing New Zealand. Tata Rahman to Perori. Opening the face, just steering it. They could have got a second there. There was a misfield by Akib Javid. But Perori wasn't quite on his toes enough to take the chance.
Yes, I think what happens sometimes, Henry, is that the bowler on his follow-through stands in such a way that he does not give you the proper view of the fielder there. And I think that's the reason why Adam Perori, unsighted by the bowler, wasn't able to go for the quick second.
I say, look at those dingled angles, those lovely earrings. They really are the earrings of the century, aren't they? Wazim Akram at mid-on, another single. It's the end of the over, 55 for 1. Houston has been promoted from number 6, where he batted in the early matches, to number 4. And as he's the New Zealand batsman in form at the moment, that's a very sensible move. Here is Akib Javid. Basit Ali. And they're not going to get that overthrow because the batsman at the non-striker's end, Perori, overran the crease in his effort to make his ground in case Basit Ali's throw should make a direct hit, that he couldn't regather himself in time. Well, you see, already Pakistan are ahead after 10 overs. And here's the youngest spectator of all. She can't be more than a week or two old, or 3 old anyway. Very attentive daddy too. Malik there. And these are the worms. The New Zealand worm is labouring hard, going up the hill, whereas the Pakistan worm will still comfortably in the lead at this point, but there's a very long way to go. More earrings and dark glasses and splendid spectators. One to Atta Rahman, deep backward square leg. Isn't that rather nice, isn't it? The diamonds there. A rather solemn spectator. I think she would like to laugh, but doesn't quite go round to it. That's better. Akib Javid. Well, that's a fine stroke by Adam Perori. It was short, it was a little bit wide. He used the width and placed it very well indeed between short extra cover and cover point.
Super shot that. Moving just away from the stumps and giving himself a lot of room to bring into play a full swing of the arms. So Brian Young taking the fight to the Pakistani bowlers.
Akib Javid again to Young. Third ball, he waited for it, played it well, and it's Asif Mushtaba in the covers. So there's the equation. A lot of overs to go, aren't there? 39.1, but 9 wickets in hand. 6.84 the asking rate. Javed to Young. Another slow one, but Young waits for that. Drives it well, times it well, but straight to Asif Mushtaba. End of the over, 61 for 1. Asif Mushtaba giving his colleagues a little bit of encouragement. Most useful cricketer, but he hasn't been at his best since breaking his thumb early in the tour of New Zealand. Young and Ferrari fighting hard, and there we see some lovely dangles, don't we? Aren't they splendid? Rahman now to Ferrari. And that's a good stroke. Anything Young can do, I can do better. Hitting through the line, playing it late, finding the gap, 4 runs.
Yes, once again, the wicket playing a big part in that. It's such a lovely wicket to bat on. Ferrari could afford to wait for the ball to come on. He plonked his foot down first, but then waited for the ball to come on and then drove it.
Well, these New Zealanders are, I think, winning everyone's admiration in the way that they're setting about this enormous task they have in front of them. Remember, they were set to score 329 to win. There's Adam Ferrari, and here is Atta Rahman. And there's Inzamam ul-Haq. Mr. Bukata, Abdul Rahman Bukata, the boss, the organizer. He's done everything here for cricket in Sharjah. He's made this stadium a possibility. I asked him the other day what his favourite cricketing memory was. He said, my favourite cricketing moment is whenever I see this ground of mine full. And on Friday, when India play Pakistan in the final, unless New Zealand pull off a miracle now, yes, we'll see it full again. Oh, well picked up by Wasim Akram. That was a beautiful piece of fielding.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? One normally expects fast bowlers to relax at deep fine leg. Fast bowlers not always the quickest movers. That was in one action. Pick up and throw. Marvelous athlete, Wasim Akram.
Sort of position that the New Zealanders have got to do this.
Trying to make every delivery count.
Ryan Young. Once a wicket keeper, now an opening batsman. Above his head of cover. New Zealand have lost their second wicket, and it is Brian Young, the man who is out. A brave innings, a brave end, defiant to the last.
And success finally for Atta Rahman. He's taken some punishment, but he's kept plugging on. And there's the reward for him, a fine catch overhead by Saeed Anwar, making a contribution on the field as well. And New Zealand have lost their second wicket for 66.
Really come to fruition, you might say, very much in the last 3 or 4 months. And at the moment Queensland's leading batsman. He's here because a moment or two ago, Brian Young was out.
Slashing the ball hard, high, and straight to Saeed Anwar. Ataur Rahman had taken a bit of stick in his earlier overs, and there he gets his own back.
The crowd loving it. They've been in very good form all day. Here we have Shane Thompson, the new batsman. Saeed Anwar there, the catch. It was a pretty good one too, because it was going very hard, and he got both hands to it almost behind his left shoulder. Very good catch. Thompson's going to take his time and have a look. There is sensible, 66 for 2. There's our chip seller. Those lovely bags of chips. The trouble with them is that when you eat them, they make you so thirsty. But they're delicious. So, what a fight remains ahead for Ferrari and Thompson. There's our chip seller. I think actually our chip giver. I don't think money passes hands. As you can hear, the crowd in tremendous form, led by our old friend, the Old Testament prophet. What are they chanting, Sonny?
I don't know. I can't understand what they're saying. But obviously, they're very happy. And why not? The team is doing very well indeed.
And it's Aqib Javed now to Ferrari. We have the target. The run rate's gone up from 6.83 to 6.95. Unless you hit 7 runs and over, it's going to go inexorably up. It's very difficult to chase a target of this size. Hello, sir. Nice to see you. Yes, it is a good game, isn't it? And I tell you what, they're jolly good too. Two more runs to Ferrari. Well, that was a marvellous throw by Ataur Rahman, hitting the stumps from square on. He only had one stump to aim at. Hit it in the middle, but Thompson was home.
You can see what a tonic a wicket can be. Beautiful pick-up and throw. Thompson was well in, of course. But still, you can see spring in Ataur Rahman's step now that he's got Brian Young's wicket.
I say, that's a wonderful stroke, taking a step down the wicket to Aqib Javed and then producing a stroke like that. That was tremendous.
You know, Henry, I'm not too sure fast bowlers enjoy playing in limited overs cricket. I mean, batsmen would never dream of playing such shots in test matches. But here you are, going down the wicket and whacking it over extra cover. Because if they bowl a bouncer, it will be called a no ball. So the bowlers, the quicker bowlers are definitely handicapped in this kind of cricket. I'm not too sure they enjoy bowling in this kind of cricket.
You once went in first with a batsman who used to behave like that in a test match. Shrikant. I mean, he went off it like a shot out of a gun in any game, didn't he?
Yes, I think he thought of every game as a bit of a net, really.
So you had to get down the wicket and caution him, did you, from time to time?
Oh, I wouldn't even dream of doing that. All I would do was wink at him and ask him to carry on, because I enjoyed watching that from 22 yards.
Yes, I quite agree. Yes, there have been one or two like that. One thinks of Cammy Smith in the early 60s in the West Indies. He set off like a steam engine in any innings. There's the New Zealand medium-pace seamer, Willie Watson, who bowled Shrikant. He said it was just like bowling in the television highlights. Everything either went for 4 or 6 until eventually he gave it away. Well, I think that equation is never going to bring much comfort in New Zealand eyes. Here's Akib Javed. Dug out there by Thompson. It's the end of the over. It's 73 for 2. Akib Javed walking thoughtfully back to his mark. New Zealand going at a good enough rate, but it ain't quick enough. Going to be Atta Rahman to continue the attack. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end, and while he prepares himself to do so, a change in the commentary position. It is Glenn Turner with Ifti.
Thank you. And that could have been close.
Could have been very close, 50.
Let's watch it again. Yes, no,
hesitation there. Oh, yes, he would have been gone. No question about that. And New Zealand going along quite nicely, but losing that second wicket is not what they would have wished. However, it does have the positive result of getting the informed Thompson to the crease earlier.
Third man, and that's the Pepsi Cola box, the sponsors of the Australasia Cup. And the scoreboard, and we're now watching the second of the semi-finals of the Pepsi Australasia Cup. Atta Rahman, the bowler. It's a fine shot to deep mid-wicket. Mujtaba, the fielder, 76 for 2.
Very important that New Zealand do get a number of runs in these first 15. It's those big shots that go through the field will go for 4, because they can't have sweepers on with the third man and fine leg in. There's the one on the onside at the expense of the player up inside the circle at fine leg, but other than that, it does mean that there's boundary shots to be had. Once the first 15 are finished, then the big shot generally only gets 1 run.
Take to mid-wicket, kept it down. Mujtaba, the fielder, 77 for 2.
A little cramp there, as though the ball didn't arrive on him. Thompson hitting it down and safely, not really finding the middle of the bat. Let's just watch it here. And leaning backwards, killing the shot by hitting it into the ground.
Mid-off, Salim Malik, the fielder. 1 more. Atta Rahman problems with his bootlaces. Now this wicket still looking good, and will be the last time that a match will be played on it. 251 runs to get. As I said, this is the last time this wicket will be used in this tournament, because the final will be played on the adjacent wicket. 73 for 2 and 86 for 1, the comparison after 13 overs.
Yes, the Pakistanis got through to just over 100, but New Zealand going nicely.
And the third man.
They weren't chasing on. Just the end of the over we see there, and the score 79 for 2. Rahman, the third seamer here with Aqib Javed back. Got a youngster for Pakistan. They're expecting big things of him. It's early days yet. There's some natural ability, not the height. And we see there Fleming to come, Douglas and Harris, and then into the lower order.
Young gone for 36, Hartland for 11, Pedoria not out 21, Thompson on 3. 15th over, about to start.
79 for 2 at any other game in this tournament, within the first 15, in fact it's just after 14. You'd say that the side was going tremendously well. When they're chasing as many as they are, 328 it is, then there's so much work to be done that we're tending to ignore the fact that they've actually, New Zealand have done very well to this point.
Thompson. That's the comparative run rate. Pakistan ahead, or were ahead at this point. First bounce, or hit hard into the ground. Salim Malik with the ball. Let's watch that again. So he hits it hard into the ground and bounces, gets the hand of Aqib Javed. Quiet crowd now. They've had a lot of fun this morning, and the Pakistan batsmen were piling on the runs. Good batting by New Zealand, a good positive reply. It's Thompson facing.
Very unusual field placement that they've got here in this first 15. That's Atar Rahman at deep forward square on the fence, and then to way to your right there, the fine leg has come up inside the circle, and then there's a third man back. Yeah, that's the fine leg inside the circle. So a curious field placement, and then nobody in mid-wicket at all. So just 3 on the onside now.
We have 2 circles there. Within the circle, the fielders close, short cover and the gully, and then the outer ring within the circle, point, cover and the mid-off. An interesting field this day.
Yes, it is. It's packed the offside, and the man at forward square on the edge is there just in case the bowler drags one down short and is pulled. But the normal shot through mid-wicket off the front foot should go for 4.
And that's up in the air, and it goes past Saeed Anwar. And he flicks it back just inside the boundary line, and they'll get through. 82 for 2.
Full stroke there, but he'll take the 3. It went all the way to the fence, just about, and taking a leading edge, just falling wide of Saeed Anwar, who was hotly in pursuit, just pulled it back in, but they took an extra run there for him to gather the ball and return it.
Aqib. Charge, the ball away from him, misses through to the keeper Rashid Latif though.
Just a little wide of him here. He's charging. Gave himself a bit much room. If he got hold of that, it would have disappeared. That's a fact. Worth a go, because there was width there. Been unlucky to have got fine enough nick to go to the keeper. And the situation as it is, the shot was warranted.
Parore quite agreeable to have a go at Akit. This time he connects and plays well to deep square. Sohail after it. And it's 2. 84 for 2.
Sohail was the player up inside the circle there, went just wide of him. He was expected to chase. They won't be overly keen to do too much running, as they're just calling out drinks now. Drinks, they're trying to get their attention.
And there's the scoreboard. Young, Court Said Anwar bowled Rahman 36. Hartland, Court Rashid Latif bowled Akram 11. Parore not out 23. Thompson not out 6. And after 15 overs, 84 for 2 with 8 extras. And the bowling figures: Akram 4 overs, no maiden, 1 for 18. Javed 7 overs, no maiden, none for 32. Rahman 4 overs, no maiden. The drinks are now off the field.
Let's just have a look at the wickets to fall. This was the first one, Hartland, and he caught down the leg side, just flicking it off his pads there. Just a little unlucky with that sort of delivery, but Wasim Akram striking first, and this is short and wide, and look at larruped there by Young, and Saeed Anwar with 2 hands taking a very fine catch indeed. It was a useful hand from Young, but as Jeff Howarth just alluded to, is that he's got about 330s in this competition. He'd like to see him go on, but that meant that this man here, Thompson, came to the crease a little earlier than might have been wanted, but he's been in good form, and with all these overs ahead of him, if he can find his touch, he could get a big one today.
So Tatao Rahman now bowling to Thompson. And good run to the left of gully. Jars is on the field, the substitute, 85 for 2. Thompson not out 6 of 9 deliveries. It's Parore. He's on 23. Bit of a misunderstanding. The return not hitting the stumps, but the batsman was home.
There's the offside sweeper that I was talking about once the first 15 overs are bowled. So that big shot square there will only bring 1, and then as we pan left, or right even more, sorry, right, then we'll see that man out there. There he is, just under the scoreboard on the pickup.
.86 for 2.
See here, if he'd have been run out, seeing it live, the chances are that he would have been. Yeah, probably so. And New Zealand can ill afford run-outs at this stage of the game, possibly at any stage.
Risks being taken by them to keep the scoreboard moving because they've got a very difficult target ahead of them. Thompson to face. And it's past the bowler. Just be the single. So Pakistan beginning to tighten their grip on this game. 242 runs still remaining, 34.2 overs, 8 wickets in hand. shy at the bowler's end. 87 for 2. Sohail is enjoying himself today. Let's watch that again. Played to mid-wicket. There comes Sohail's return. The batsman was home. Still made him scramble. Saeed Anwar, the deep cover position, sweeper's position, just a single. 88 for 2. 3 deliveries. Thompson is not out. 8. The 17th over about to start, and time for change in the commentary team. There's also a bowling change. Akram Raza will come on, and it's going to be Simon Reid who will talk to Imran Khan, the former Pakistan captain.
So Akram Raza just on his spell of off-spins. Economy rate of 3.9. Accurate of spin bowler is Raza gives very little away. Yes, Imran's joined me. Welcome on board.
Thank you.
What have you? You've seen most of the play so far. It's pretty spectacular in Zaman and Amir Sohail.
Very spectacular, and along with Saeed Anwar, I think they're the 3 batsmen and perhaps also Basit, who would really be devastating on this particular wicket, especially against that New Zealand bowling attack, which is absolutely harmless in these conditions.
Just a single. Asif Mushtaba giving chase. Yes, you say the attack rendered harmless. Very few attacks would be potent on this against the kind of batting that Pakistan produced.
Well, also on these particular conditions, you see, New Zealand bowlers are used to bowling on grassy wickets or seaming wickets. And the same bowling attack perhaps in New Zealand would have been pretty effective, even in England. But on this strip, I mean, as you can see, the ball comes slowly. There is hardly any deviation. The batsman has so much time to play off the front and back foot.
So at the end of the over, 90 for 2. Beginning to fill up still after this lunch period. New Zealand have made a pretty impressive start, but the nitty-gritty is, can they continue it through? And could be a key moment now, because coming on at the pavilion end is Salim Malik. So the required run rate 7.2. Salim on. This could be a crucial part of the match if New Zealand are to make a real inroads into this target.
Well, New Zealand's only chance is to preserve their wickets. Now, not many people realize that cricket matches, one-day matches, it's not often the scoring rate you go by, but it's always the wickets you have in hand at the end. You know, a team that has a lot of wickets at hand right in the last 10 overs, it can accelerate quite dramatically. But if you lose wickets early on, you don't have that, like for instance India did against Pakistan. They couldn't go for the final kill. And this is a, you know, Salim Malik bowling on this wicket, it is a very good move because he bowls so slowly, the ball doesn't come onto the bat. And the batsman really doesn't know, he mistimes the ball because it comes so slowly off the wicket.
Looking for a couple here. And get it. 2 more for Thompson. You seen much of Thompson?
I saw a little bit in New Zealand when I was there on a fundraising trip. He looks a good batsman, and I certainly think he will develop because his temperament is very good.
It's a single. Sohail, the fielder. So the end of the over, 93 for 2. Raza doesn't give too much away.
Yes, I think he's a very good one-day cricketer.
Down to Salim. Behind. So if this does carry through, it should be an India-Pakistan final, which should be just what the organisers want. It will be a fantastic occasion.
Well, the organisers would certainly want it, but I'm not sure whether Pakistan and Indian teams want it, because the pressure here is so intense on the players, even on the crowd. Players generally hope that either team hopes that it would not be an India-Pakistan final.
Good start from Raza. Thompson, very good off his legs. Comes through for a couple. And while the fielder, 97 for 2. Pakistan of the bowling attack obviously missing Waqar particularly, but they've equipped themselves quite well.
Well, you know, the conditions suit Pakistan a lot. You know, it's the sort of wicket where Pakistani batsmen can play the strokes. The Pakistani pace bowlers know how to swing the old ball. And, you know, generally everything is in favor of Pakistani and Indian batsmen. The only problem is that Waqar is missing, but then so are the top players missing from the other teams.
So 98 for 2. And they've gone along at a reasonable rate, but a reasonable rate is not good enough. Pakistan support growing now. New Zealand need another launch.
Well, considering the vast total Pakistan put up, and it's quite possible that here again you see the lack of pace from Salim Malik. I mean, the batsman is beaten, he's played his shot too quickly. It could easily have been a situation where New Zealand would have been bowled out for 100 runs. But you know, they have kept their heads, and it's been quite interesting. They haven't really got carried away. They've kept the scoreboard ticking, and it is possible because the wicket is very, very easy, and it is possible that they would get closer to the Pakistan target if these two stay.
It's a single.
But the problem, of course, is that the moment they lose a wicket, the new batsman is under pressure, and immediately he has to get on with the scoring rate, and that's where Pakistan hope that New Zealand will crumble.
Unorthodox from Ferrari, Rahman fielding down there, and does very well indeed. Rahman, who got taken for a few early on in his spell, did in the match against India, but came back well in that match.
Yes, I think Atta has tremendous temperament. I mean, he does keep coming back. He's a very hard-working cricketer, and I have a lot of time for him.
So Ferrari's decided he's got to go in front of square at the end of the over, 100 for 2. Yes, we would in England love to have a bowler as young as he, as proficient as he.
He also, because he's young, I think he will develop, and I was quite surprised the selectors dropped him, because I think this bowler will improve. What I liked about him always was his hard work. I mean, he keeps working hard. He's still got a few problems. He will improve his action.
Raza. Just talking about the selection of the Pakistan team and all the politics there. One or two things have been said about you and Javed. What is the situation? Some things have been pointed towards you that you've been less than favourable towards him. What's the truth of the matter?
Well, I hope, I was surprised that Javed passed those remarks.
That's gone through, and that's 4.
But I know in time he will realise that really I had no hand in Javed's exclusion from the team. Anyway, I wish him all the best. I'm happy he's back, because, one hates to see a player of such caliber leaving cricket like the way he did. And I hope he does leave, when it's time to leave, he leaves with dignity.
Some of the local support must be for the Pakistan team here. Well, Ferrari seems to be thinking in terms of taking it just in front of square. Thompson's playing it pretty straight. They're playing as well as they can in a very difficult situation.
Yes, they don't have really... I mean, none of the batsmen are free-flowing stroke players like the Pakistani players. They are obviously brought up on New Zealand wickets where you have to be much more careful. You play closer to the body. You cannot take the chances like the Pakistani players do, and therefore they are not really being able to force the pace.
End of the over, 106 for 2.
Malik bowling these, I don't know really what to call them, I suppose slow leg cutters.
That's the situation so far. After Rahman getting rid of Young and Akram half-locked. It was a glorious knock from Inzamam.
Certainly was, and with the talent he has, I wish he would work a little harder to polish this talent. I feel that he's in the same class as Brian Lara and Sachin Tendulkar in terms of talent. But then really the player out of these three who will become outstanding, and Lara of course heads the list, has to be the one who's prepared to work hard.
Yes, because there were moments today when he looked like he was just toying with the bowler.
Well, he has so much time, he has freedom of strokes, he can play all round the wicket, plays off the front and back foot, particularly strong on the onside like Brian Lara.
That's through, but only a couple. Sage. Pretty happy with life.
Well, I see the Pakistani crowd very relaxed today, but I'm afraid it'll be a different story tomorrow, on the final, that is. This is, of course, assuming Pakistan makes it. I mean, there are always miracles in cricket.
110 for 2. Pakistan seem to have the bogey sign over India at the moment in Sharjah.
Yes, Pakistan since 1985 has been winning here, and that's a big, huge psychological advantage Pakistan has. But you know, I'm always circumspect when a team starts off too well like Pakistan has done. You know, I know New Zealand did in the World Cup, like we did in the '87 World Cup. You know, one always gets a little worried, and India also looked pretty good against Australia, and bearing in mind that India had a stronger opposition than Pakistan, perhaps they're better prepared for the final.
Sunny Gavaskar, as manager, has made a very strong impression straight away, I think. Unfortunate circumstances, of course.
Well, I always think that the cricket manager's role in cricket is very limited, like unlike soccer or other sports, because you see, it's a 6-hour sport and the captain always has to take quick decisions. The captain in cricket is always taking impulsive decisions, which reduces the role of the manager in cricket. But someone like Sunil, who is one of the best cricketing brains in the world, you know, I'm sure he will make a big impact. And he obviously was watching where India went wrong against Pakistan. And you know, at times it's not a bad thing to lose because your mistakes come out and you have a chance to cover those mistakes. Whereas when you win, these mistakes are glossed over in the euphoria of the win. People forget. So, you know, I think the preparation-wise, India perhaps are in a better state for the final.
Just fetched round from Verori. Simply down here. Come through for another 2. Verori moving on to 37. It's 112 for 2 at the end of the over. This India looked very motivated straight away in that final match.
Yes, and it was also the way they finished it. You know, that was also interesting because they, you know, it just exuded confidence. And of course, to take on their main strike bowler, which happened to be Shane Warne, and then destroy him like that must have done wonders for their confidence.
Thompson going for a quick single and getting it.
Well, this is the danger. You see, New Zealand have to take chances, and now if had that ball hit, you know, that New Zealand would have been a wicket down, new batsman coming in, getting used to the conditions. Yeah, I think that would have been out.
Yes, Raja the fielder. And the direct hit would have been the end. We're hitting a bit straighter now, down to Wasim at long on.
You notice the way the New Zealand batsmen bat. I mean, they are not flowing stroke players, you know, like the freedom Inzamam had, or Saeed Anwar had, or how we watched Amir Sohail. The New Zealand batsmen play closer to their body and therefore really can't hit the ball as sweetly. It's possible because the conditions in New Zealand, you know, do not encourage stroke play. The wickets are slow seeming wickets. It's like in north of England, I always found that the batsmen were much more concentrating on their defense, playing close to the bat, and hence the strokes were limited.
Chase for Anwar. And they get a single.
That's the Pakistani ambassador. And sitting next to him is a very keen cricket enthusiast, Rishi Kapoor. He's an Indian film actor and very keen on cricket.
Well, he's picked the gap there expertly. And through it goes. Salim Didn't think it deserved quite that, but that was a fine shot from Thompson.
Yes, it just shows how slow it is. And you know, Thompson perhaps has realized that the ball isn't coming on finally, and instead of lunging at the ball, he's now waiting for it. Against Salim, that should have been the philosophy, to really wait for it. Because it comes so slowly off the wicket, you actually have a lot more time on the back foot than on the front foot. Again, you saw him, you know, instinctively playing on the front foot and therefore not getting the ball anywhere.
120 for 2. So it's a quietish period here. The Pakistan attack doing really just the job. Runs coming, but not at the rate required, which is quite formidable. Douglas in next, then Fleming. Harris thinking about a bit. He's in at 7. Raza to bowl to Perori. How involved are you in cricket in general terms now?
My only involvement is sort of organizing these coaching clinics, which is sponsored by Pepsi. But apart from that, there's no involvement at all, because I'm obviously trying to get this hospital open, which we hope will open later this year. In fact, our structure is complete now. The building is complete. We're just finishing it. We've got the doctors now. So I have really no time to be involved in cricket in any way, except, you know, organizing these clinics for under 16.
Single, but there's not much they can do. Take him on for a second. It's going to be close. Perori home though. Carl Liebenberg doesn't need the television replay.
I want to see that. I thought his bat was a little up in the air, but maybe I was wrong.
He certainly was. I think his foot was just in. Certainly close enough.
Well, I think that they should, the umpires should in any case refer to the replay.
So the technology is there, why not use it?
Exactly. I mean, the human eye can make a mistake, although and I have a lot of respect for the umpire. I saw him in the World Cup. He's an excellent umpire. But he should still utilize the technology.
Thompson on strikes on 27. Goes over the top. And gets a couple. Safe enough. Long off, long on wide. End of the over. 1-2-7 for 2 at the halfway stage. Change in the commentary box. Master from India to take over. Sunil Gavaskar. And taking over from me will be Ifti.
Thank you, Simon. Perori taking off his helmet and he's got his cap. Swings that round to deep mid-wicket. Akar Rahman, fielder 1-2-8 for 2. 26th over.
New Zealand batsmen, they haven't been cowed down by the big score.
Some more runs. Mujtaba returns. 29. Makes room, plays it to deep cover. Said under to fielder and just a single. 1-3 for 2. So then we're missing a good chance for a long innings today. Let's watch that again. Another single. 1-3-1 for 2. $132 for 2. Saidan with fielder. Very steep target there, 328. But an excellent reply by New Zealand. They're averaging 5 runs an over. So Perore 4 short of his 50 and Thompson 31. Good partnership developing. Akram Raza the goal. Gone through for 1. Mujtaba from deep point comes in field, and here's the batting analysis for New Zealand. Some peaks, especially about 10th over and then about 25th. Sohail in the covers. 1-3-4 for 2.
Perore and Thompson played very well against the Indians in New Zealand. They brought off one good victory in the final match to help New Zealand level the one-day series. They almost brought off a victory for New Zealand in the 3rd game. This is the equation now. Required run rate 8.24.
Running down to long leg. They'll go through for 6 for 2. And Perore on to 49 now. Looking for his 50. Straight to a fielder at square leg. Of 64 deliveries. He's got 4 fours in that. Wide. Down the leg side.
Innings needs a few boundaries if they're going to get anywhere close to the target. 8.24, the run rate's going to creep up.
And that's his 50. Driven to deep extra cover. Mujtaba running around there, fields, he gets 2. And it's 139 for 2, and it's his first 50. His previous top score was 47. Some more runs for him. Just the single. 140 for 2.
Shane Thompson and Adam Perore, 2 young New Zealand cricketers have come on very well this season. Thompson in particular has been a revelation. He's batting with great confidence. Cricket is so much a game of confidence, and Thompson has plenty of that.
So Perore, having got to his 50, he's on 52. And still facing. And that'll be another single. Saeed Anwar in the deep. On the offside, 141 for 2. Thompson to face. This time they could go for two. No, they'll decide just for the single. 1-4-3 for two.
Well, the Pakistani bowlers, Atar Rahman, the most expensive right below. 7 runs and over.
Sohail at mid-wicket.
He took a bit of stick earlier on from Brian Young. Akram Razak, 4.8 per over. Wasim Akram, the meanest, 4.5.
Saeed Anwar a deep backward point. One, 4-3 for two. Let's have a look at that. I felt that it went first bounce to him.
Yes, it didn't quite carry. Good effort there by Aqib Javed.
And that's gone 4-4. 1-4-8 for two. .148 for two. Sharjah fans, and these are some of those who are always present at this festive occasion. Thompson facing Razak. Malik at square leg. This feels, but doesn't give it very simple. That's how the batsmen are faring. Young, 6.2. And Perore after that, he's still there. And then Thompson with him. Sohail at cover. So the scoring rate has fallen considerably now. Down the wicket he comes. 149 for two.
Well, New Zealand have a long way to go to catch up to the Pakistani run rate. So the Pakistan worm, much better than the New Zealand worm.
That's played to mid-wicket. Ijaz, the substitute fielder, 149 for two. That's the substitute. Looks as if Inzamam is off the field. Nice off drive. Bassett at one off the fielder. There's the scorecard. Young caught under ball Rahman 36. Hartland caught Latif bowled Akram 11. Perore Narag 58. And that's going to be 59 for him as he takes that single. And it's 151 for two. A great day for him. Bassett coming into the picture to field. 152 for two. Asif Ali. It's up in the air, top edge. And they've gone back for the second. 154 for 2 over the keeper's head.
Trying to sweep it from outside the off stump now. Trying to hit it in the gap between deep square leg and deep mid wicket. Perore realizes that they have to take a few chances now, try and get some boundaries. Salim Malik is not coming onto the bat quickly enough.
Fielded at mid-wicket by Sohail. He's having a good day in the field. Of course, he got 100 while batting. And there's the equation. 175 runs to get, 20.1 overs, 8.68 the required rate. Straight to cover. And it's 154 for 2 at the end of the 30th. To mid-wicket, 155 for 2, and for the commentary it's going to be silent.
He cuts that one off middle stump. It's mighty difficult for them, Sonny. They're playing as well as they can within the range. There's Bishop Bailey watching, but it's very little that they can do at this stage. It's such a monumental task.
Yes, I think they need not the occasional boundary. They need about 3 or 4 boundaries in over if they're going to get over that required run rate, and that keeps creeping up every over. The Pakistan bowlers, of course, doing a very good job, backed by very alert fielding.
Thompson's on 38. Flicks that behind square. Ali, the fielder. They bowl pretty well, Pakistan.
Yes, they bowl just a little short of the driving length. Haven't given the batsman too much width to move away from the wicket and play shot from the offside.
To be able to get down on that, but again only the single. The fourth just won't come. End of the over, 158 for 2. And it's very hot out there. Drinks break, we're thinking about 5 minutes, but meanwhile, any sustenance they can get. Thompson taking a drink at the moment, and time for those two to have a chat. Imran Khan away from our box for the time being. So Imran constantly being asked his opinion on all things Pakistan. Good to hear him give some support for Javed Miandad. Sonny's gone off to join his Indian team, who are practicing out in the nets at the moment, and taking his place, Glenn Turner. New Zealand have stuck to their task well. They're still in there with, well, really a sort of 20 to 1 chance, but there's very little that they can do to increase the scoring rate without slogging across the line. Here's Ahmed Sohail going to have a ball.
Yes, without giving it away. I guess that's true. Mind you, the Pakistanis did it, so they've got to try and believe that they can.
So Ahmed Sohail and Inzamam almost neck and neck for man of the match. If Ahmed can strike here, he would obviously get to nick it.
I think it's important that the New Zealand batsmen out there look to, when they try and hit a shot or play a big shot, that it doesn't just keep on going to the sweeper. They've really got to look for the gap so that when the ball's in the right place, it does go for 4. It's tough to do it, but they really must look to do that. See, there's the example. That's dragged down short and wide, and he's just been content to try and hit it in the middle of the bat and take 1, rather than perhaps letting it come on and trying to hit it just behind point for 4.
just can't quite get up to the rate, can they? It's a prodigious rate, but they're doing so well to keep in at around 6.
And Thompson today, although he's playing quite nicely again, he hasn't quite got the same touch that we've seen in the earlier 2 matches. And it's difficult for him to be able to play the boundary shot at the moment. This bounces a little bit. It's wide-ish, but I think the bounce is the thing that did Thompson there. He did try to hit that one behind point, I believe.
So it's a match that, to me, seems to go either way in the next 4 or 5 overs. Something is going to happen very dramatically soon. 162 for 2.
We saw that shot into the onside there, last ball of the over. There's just nobody saving a single there at all. They're totally defending there with their 3 players on the boundary. The gaps are on the offside as far as finding the fence is concerned. And I think you're right, they really do have to take a chance or 2 now. There's no point in retaining wickets if you leave the rate an impossible one.
Last wicket, 66, so a stand of 95. Second wicket went down in the 12th over. So 5 and over for this particular stand. They started off, of course, very well with Young in exceptional form.
He had 9.36 runs required now. To let it go beyond that just gives those to follow no chance.
Rory recognising that. But once more, it's only a couple. Down to Asif Mushtaba.
I know that Jeffrey Houth made the comment that to get to 250 they'd be very happy, but when you've got just a cent of a chance, I think you should take it. I'd sooner see them fall short of that, giving themselves a chance of really getting close. See, the Pakistanis really, they're not bothered. You know, they're quite happy for the New Zealanders to chip it around like that and take singles, and they'll just let that continue. They're trying to save boundaries. That's the only threat to them now, boundary shots. And in between times, I'm not suggesting they don't keep it urgent to pick up their singles, but at least one boundary or 2 and over really has to happen now.
Long on and long off out, so but they're pretty wide, see there, so just a chance to go straight.
Yeah, well, there are a number of chances here. We'll come back to that in a moment. 167 for 2. And Perori going along quite nicely. He's outscoring Thompson, which is a bit unusual, although he did come in at 3. Of balls, we'll see shortly how they compare. But Thompson, the main striker of these two, just not quite able to get on top of his game today.
.168 for 2. There are 17 overs left, and 161 runs still to get. Perori on strike. Again, a single. And the bowling's been pretty useful all the way through. Raza doing a sterling job in the middle, just going for 4.4, 40 of his 9. And Akram, of course, with 6 overs left. which makes the task even more difficult, because sometimes he's even more impressive in his second and third spells than he's in his first.
Now the shots that are open to the New Zealanders for boundaries are over extra cover, because they've got a long off and a very square offside sweeper. So over extra cover is one option. Straight down the ground, it has to be straight, I admit, is another. And then a sweep in front of square. They're the key holes in this field. And Perori there looking to give himself room every time it goes in a little short, but at best only getting one for the shot. The other possibility is between the man very much behind point, and there are two of them there. It's not easy to split them, but that is another opportunity.
Oh, bit of turn there for Amir Sohail. Didn't see much of that. It's the first ball today I can recall really going.
Yes, it's got more of a chance because it's wider, but he does tend to be a bit of a skidder. His arm's not high, and it is surprising to see him get that turn. We saw it yesterday, just the very occasional one, but it is the exception.
Well, it's getting to the time when the heroes have to step forward, because it's going to need a hero now. It's getting almost impossible now for New Zealand. Something has got to happen, and very soon. This, I'm afraid, is not good enough, although the score looks pretty useful, but the score underneath is now getting out of control. 1-7-2 for 2.
The very partisan Pakistani crowd here, sensing that victory is theirs again, enjoying the fact. Entertaining themselves as much as expecting too much more entertainment from the middle, from their heroes.
So Thompson with 45, he's on strike. That's an alley down there.
You see, I'm starting to sense now that they just don't believe it's possible. They're saying, oh, the opposition got too many, we just can't manage this. But unless you try, you don't know.
Can't believe it. If you're saying that, and it's true, it's just no way to go about this match. It's not fair on the spectators, it's doing the country no good, and it quite mystifies me. Maybe we're in store for something quite substantial in the next few overs. I do hope so, because otherwise it's just a long net.
That's right, it's a long net, which we don't particularly want to watch.
Cricket is a burgeoning business here, but if New Zealand aren't making a real effort, I'm afraid it will do cricket's cause no good. And a few whistles from the crowd, and you can understand it.
Yeah, the other option is lobbing the ball over the inner ring and trying to get back for two.
End of the over. They're running out of time and overs. 1-7-4 for 2.
Try and fire it in the block hole, although you just never know with Akram what he's going to do.
So under normal circumstances, that's a score to be proud of. But they have to accelerate out of all proportion now.
At Pocock, who hasn't played in this tournament at all, opens the batting. Just a young man, around about 21, 22.
So the required run rate now 10.33. And a few people around us here are throwing their hands up in the air. They're quite mystified as to what the New Zealand approach is there.
Well, the point is that they did very, very well in the earlier stages, kept themselves alive for quite a period. For an onslaught later. Now that onslaught's not coming, and it needs to come, at least to be seen to be making the effort. And that, as much as anything else, is important.
So, 4 saving 1, 3 on the offside, 1 on the leg. There they are, now just behind square, extra, mid-off, 1 saving 1 that made a wicket.
Because what will become false now is that really they'll allow New Zealand to score at 5 runs and over or more, and just pushing it around, taking singles, and that takes no particular ability under these conditions.
I mean, now they can get a boundary and over and 3 singles, and they're still behind the run rate. It's gone, and they've made the mistake in the last 7 or 8 overs. It was around the 27th, 28th over that they needed to have accelerated. It's now too late. Whatever they do, it's a lost cause.
And there's 8 wickets left.
Wasn't going for 10 in his last over, pretty wayward.
And that wicket in the 3rd over there.
It was the wicket of Hartland. Rather fortunately, I think, caught by Latif.
Well, a charge here from Perori, giving himself room and trying to smash it through the offside. The sweep was very square. There's no long off now, so there's a chance there.
The click you heard was the bat hitting the ground, not the bat hitting the ball. Looking for a wide, but he made too much room for himself. It wasn't a wide.
Well, that's right, that's the point. And he slipped as well. So the grunt was attributed to that as much too. But if you move around as a batsman, the umpire will still judge it on the stumps, and if you can't reach it, that's your fault.
End of the over, 177 for 2.
Thank you, Simon. Sohail to continue his spell. It's down to Mujtaba, 178 for 2. And with me, Imran, met after a year and a half, in fact, after the World Cup finals. It's another single out to Asif Mujtaba. And it's 179 for 2, and this target, let's watch that again, Imran.
Well, yes, if the New Zealand are trying valiantly, but I'm afraid the rate they are going, there's no way they're going to get much closer to the Pakistan target. They need to do some big hitting now, because otherwise, the moment a wicket falls, there will be so much pressure on the incoming batsman that it's quite possible that there'll immediately be a collapse and them going for quick runs.
They're picking up the out single, and there's the couple. 182 for 2. And that's the 50 for Thompson. So Thompson 50 of 68 deliveries. And that went to Ijaz. 183 for 2. End of the 37th over. Target of 328.
With Shane Thompson, 50 was very quick.
76 to Parore, 51 to Thompson. Bowling change, Akram back.
See, this is where New Zealand are going to find it very difficult, because sadly when they should be accelerating, they have a bowler of Wasim Akram's caliber going at him. And the problem for them is that Wasim can swing the old ball, whereas none of the New Zealand bowlers knew how to swing the old ball.
Single into the covers. Akram Raza, 184 for 2.
And contrary to just looking at the wicket, now it shows, but apart from the speed, you can also see that the wicket is very rough. And this is the secret behind the swinging of the old ball, because on this rough surface, the ball gets scuffed up pretty quickly.
Straight to point, Akram Raza, the fielder.
And there is no secret behind swinging the old ball. It's just that when it gets scuffed up on our rough surfaces, there is no cheating involved. It's simply that was a good Yorker which he played out. And as I was saying, if the wickets are so rough, the ball gets scuffed up, and by shining one side, you can actually have reverse swing.
That's through him. Under his bat. And this match now, Pakistan tightening his it. Just watch that again. Right under his bat, the ball too quick, and he was a little late.
The ball is not swinging as much as it should be at this stage in the game, but Wasim still can bowl these incredible Yorkers.
Play goes down the leg side as he charged down. Mujtaba deep mid wicket. 185 for 2, and Salim Malik back to Akram. And it's Thompson. On the middle and leg again, played to deep square, Mujtaba the fielder. And that's going to be another run. 186 for 2. Well, around tomorrow, day after tomorrow, it's going to be a different atmosphere out here.
Yes, I also have a bad feeling about day after tomorrow. Being a Pakistani, obviously, I would want Pakistan to win, but it's just the way the two semi-finals have been. India had to try a lot harder than Pakistan.
Once again, the attempted Yorker, but dug out and played to deep third man for a single. 187 for 2.
As I was saying, I feel that India had a much better preparation for the final than Pakistan. I think first, the Australians were much better than the New Zealand team. And secondly, by working much harder, playing against better opposition, playing under more pressure than Pakistan, they are much better equipped.
78 to Parore. Thompson not out 53.
Here we see again the ball coming very slowly. That obviously was an out. wicket is so slow, the batsman playing his strokes too quickly.
It's going to be a single. So back to that India-Pakistan expected clash on Friday night.
Yes, Ifti, I feel that India are much better prepared than Pakistan for the final. They played under more pressure and they played a better opposition. Pakistan, on the other hand, have had it very easy. I mean, the Pakistani batting was hardly tested at all. Admittedly, Inzamam played a great knock and so did Amir Sohail. But it was against a bowling attack that I would have thought would have been thrashed by any club side in Pakistan and India. Because this bowling attack is used to bowling on wickets that have grass on them. And on the Sharjah strip, they were just cannon fodder for really any batting lineup.
The singles coming, but the run rate now up to 12.35. 190 for 2. Whatever the result on Friday, it's going to be a match filled with tension, excitement, pressure, and a lot of thrills and thrills, as always between the India-Pakistan match. .190 for 2. Young caught Anwar, bowled Rahman 36. Hartland caught Latif, bowled Akram 11. Korore not out 80. Thompson not out 54. 9 extras, 190 for 2 in 39 overs. And the bowling figures: Akram 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. Javed 7 overs, no maidens, none for 32. Rahman 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35. Raza 10 overs, no maidens, none for 42. Malik 7 overs, no maidens, none for 36. And Sohail 4 overs, no maidens, none for 17. And now the fall of the wickets. Salim Malik to continue bowling. Just played away to square leg for the single. Very quiet cricket now. I think New Zealand perhaps have given up the chase, and both batsmen, perhaps Korore going for his first 100 and Thompson also looking for a big score. Ijaz at cover, substituting for Inzamam, who's off the field. See, it's up in the air and he drops it. And that one's going to go for 4 to the extra cover boundary. 195 for 2.
Yes, that was a great shot if he really got to the pitch of the ball. But I feel that New Zealand must give it a go. I mean, if I was their captain and I saw them just trailing and just meandering towards a draw, I would be quite upset. At least they should fight like tigers, and then, you know, if they don't make it, doesn't matter. But it's just strange the way they are going about it, as if they've already decided they're going to lose.
Thompson facing 195 for 2. It's Larson, the captain. That's a big hit, could be a 6. The umpire waiting, and it's a 4. First bounce. Let's watch it again.
Yes, he's been trying to play that stroke for a while, and he's finally succeeded. Normally he just mistimed it because the ball was coming so slowly.
Jeff,
he must be happy.
Oh, that could be a run out. He's gone. What a mix-up. Bad luck. And let's watch it again. What a horrible mix-up in
Well, I'm afraid I have to blame him for being run out, because he in fact did look to go for a run and then stopped. And he's paid the price.
Thompson is run out, 199 for 3, gets a good ovation from the crowd, and this is the 40th over. Debut 6 matches, 172 runs, 28.7 is average, and 150 is highest, 90 at Napier in 93-94 versus India, and one of New Zealand's up-and-coming young batsmen. He's off the mark with a single straight away.
Perhaps the New Zealand batsman, Thompson in particular, perhaps they were not really going for the big hits because they realized that there was not much batting to come, or certainly not much experienced batting to come. But I didn't agree with the possible, that sort of, that theory, because I feel a team must go down fighting. I think if a team accepts defeat that easily, they don't learn anything.
So New Zealand got to their 200. And Fleming comes down the wicket, and it's a wide. And Rashid Latif missed the ball. Let's watch it again. He was well out of his crease. Ball keeping a little low. But still, we should have taken that, and possible stumbling chance there. Oh, it's through him. He's bowled. That ball went right under his bat. And Fleming, short innings has come to an end, and that has brought the crowd back to life. Sohail getting that right through. He played all over it. Got on top and yorked himself.
That was in fact a very good ball by Amir Sohail, because the previous one was flighted, and this one he bowled a faster Yorker. The change of pace really is what got to Fleming.
So Fleming bowled Sohail 1, just faced 2 deliveries. And Douglas, the new man in, the burly figure. Suddenly, the collapse you were talking about, Imran, is almost there. It's a mini collapse.
Well, this is always liable to happen when the scoring run rate is so high. The moment a set pair gets out, there's so much pressure on the incoming batsman that they don't have time to settle down, and they just go for the big hits.
Douglas, the new man in. View of the keeper, Rashid Latif. Let's watch that dismissal again. He really brought his bat down, but too late, and it's through, and Amir Sohail is absolutely delighted, and he's having a wonderful day. 100, some good fielding, and now a wicket. Amir, I'm sure you remember him, Imran bowled very well in the World Cup.
Yes, in the final, although he hadn't bowled well during the World Cup, but in the final he bowled beautifully.
It's picked off his pads down to deep square, which is Mujtaba, and they go through for 204 for 4. This is the 41st inning. So big interest now whether Parole can get to his 100. He's on 82, and Malik Tabola, and he's out, caught at cover. What a great catch by Ejaz. He smacked that one straight to cover, and let's watch it again. What a great catch.
That was a superb catch. Ejaz has been one of the best fielders ever produced by Pakistan, and there he shows his class, although previously he had dropped a couple of catches.
So Parore caught Ejaz, bowled Salim Malik 82, New Zealand 204 for the loss of 5 wickets. A wonderful hand for him as he comes back. Some of the members.
It's the Pakistan tour of the West Indies over a year ago, you know.
That's right, and that was an extremely enjoyable series, one-day series.
The one-day series was marvellous, and that tied match in the end at Georgetown, but after that, in the Test series, I'm afraid Pakistan did something similar to what England are doing at the moment. Well, there we see the two managers, the Brotherhood of Man, Intikab Alam on the right, Geoffrey Howarth on the left of New Zealand. Salim Malik. And Harris is the new batsman. Goes very wide of the crease, doesn't he?
And that was the catch that got Prori out. That's Ijaz, who's very happy because he had dropped a couple of catches early on, and for a fielder of his class to have dropped those catches is quite rare. So he's made up with a brilliant catch.
Well, that was hit into the ground. Well, New Zealand have played a rather Jekyll and Hyde performance in this innings. I mean, they got a splendid start. I thought Young, who made 36, hit the ball.
He's dropped, Henry, I was just watching that. He's just dropped that catch.
It was in the, I thought it was hit into the ground.
Yeah, it was a catch, which is why he's upset. And, you know, I've been saying the same thing for a while today, that India are much better prepared for the final than Pakistan. Because Pakistan are winning so easily, they've been very relaxed in the field. Hence, 3 catches have been dropped and a stumping chance missed.
Well, that one hasn't been, but he could have dropped. It's back, it's bowling. I thought it would have been the keeper who picked off. It's bowling, so Douglas is out. That's another wicket down. And so New Zealand... Yes, that hit the top of the middle stump. So Douglas has gone. It's rather a disappointing phase, this, because New Zealand started well with Young, as I was saying, and one felt then that they at least could have gone down with their colours flying, but they never really made any effort to see if a miracle was going to happen, did they?
Absolutely, Henry. I was quite disappointed once the 2 batsmen were in. This is one of the easiest wickets to hit the ball. And yet they never made any effort, and this was always likely to be on the cards. Once the partnership was going to be broken, there had to be a collapse, because which batsman can just come in and try and score at 12 or 13 and over?
Well, I mean, this is it. And so I think we've got to give the New Zealanders not many marks out of 10 for thought in this one. But of course, as we've been saying all along, if you are facing a total of 328, it is extremely difficult. But I think you've got to give yourself a chance. You've got to back yourself to pull off the impossible, because otherwise the game just dies. And Young gave them a fine start. They got to 50 in the, I think it was the 9th over, and you felt that there was a springboard, and it was then worth the middle order coming in and really throwing the bat. But although Prori and Thompson did well numerically, they never really impinged upon the final target. They never made you think, well, I wonder, could New Zealand after all do it? The new batsman, Dion Nash, there we see his, I was going to say, rather slender statistics. This is his 9th match. He averages 13.8, which is roughly what New Zealand now need per over. Have a look at that wicket again. Here is Salim Malik then to Nash.
Well, while we were watching that dismissal, Henry, we've just missed out Rashid the Thief leaving the field. There's someone else substituting as the wicketkeeper. I think it's Amir Sohail. I hope from the Pakistani point of view it is not serious, because Rashid the Thief is one of the key players in the Pakistan team, and he's just gone off the field with what looked like a sore back.
Well, yes, and Pakistan, thinking about it, was so badly affected by injuries before the final here last October/November in that tournament, the Champions Trophy. Wasim Akram, I think, had to go back with an injury, and Waqar Younis was very much a pale imitation of his usual self. And although Basidale scored that wonderful 100 against Ambrose and the rest, Lara came in, hit 153, and really the runs were there for the taking, weren't they?
Yes, I heard about that innings. Apparently, Lara, as only these days Lara can play. Difficult decision for the umpire to give, even if it did touch it, because he hit the bat so hard on the ground, you won't be able to notice the snake. But I agree with you that Amar Sohail was so pleased at that clean take, he decided to appeal.
I've got this one, he said. Just the single at a remand there at long on. Very quick in the field he was too. But it is a rather deadening influence on the game when the side gets as many as 328 in the first innings, because the batting side coming in second really know they haven't got an earthly. They don't know quite whether they should throw their bats and hope for a miracle, or as New Zealand have done, just push around and hope for faint respectability. They should almost wheel you in on the first stretcher, but maybe that's not quite the way to go. Anyway,
here we see Inzamam on the screen. He loves his rest, as you can see. He's enjoying himself sitting outside while the team is fielding in the sun. If I was the captain, I wouldn't allow him these luxuries.
Oh, that was a very unfriendly way for Wasim Akram to welcome Nash, but no ball was called. I'm not quite certain. It was a marginal one, that. Anyway, Nash went too eager to get onto the front foot after that.
Also shows how easy it is for Wasim to bowl that bouncer with that whippy action.
Oh, that's out. That is the 7th wicket down. Nash has gone, bowled by Wasim Akram. And so this match really now effectively over. 218 for 7 New Zealand, the innings in ruins.
The reason why Wasim, along with Joel Garner, were the two best one-day bowlers I've ever seen, is because of that delivery, which was the excellent Yorker. His ability to, from the height, to bowl a bouncer and a Yorker shows why he's got such a high strike rate in one-day cricket.
So, 218 for 7.
Another swinging Yorker. Very difficult to play because Wasim has this whippy action, he's deceptive. This is the previous wicket. Just watch it go right under the bat.
A marvellous father's picture, that, wasn't it? There he is again, just a fraction off line. Had that been straight, I think Larson might well have been on his way too. Phenomenal control he shows, doesn't he?
Yes, and from both sides, from round and over the wicket, which gives him so much more versatility. And then, you know, he can bowl the bouncer with that whippy action.
It's a little bit over pitch, aiming for the Yorker again. Run in it, it's Saeed Anwar out there at square corner. Imran, was he the best bowler you opened the bowling with in your years for Pakistan?
Without any doubt, he was the best bowler. Wasim, although he came at, you know, when I was sort of finishing as a fast bowler, he came into the cricket team then. I wish he had come a little earlier. It would have made my job a lot easier. Because for most of my career, I did not have a fast bowling partner at the other end. They were basically medium pace bowlers.
For Sarfraz and people like that, aren't they? I say sort of Sarfraz and people like that. Sarf was a very good bowler.
Very fine, but fine bowler, but he was a medium fast bowler at best. He was never a genuine fast bowler, and Sarfraz relied on stock bowling, whereas Wasim is a shock bowler who could get wickets and create breakthroughs. And of course, Wasim has Waqar at the other end.
Good piece of fielding by Akram Raza, but in fact they were home then. And the backup well by the captain, Salim Malik on the leg side. The end of the over, 221 for 7. So, Imran, your cricketing days are over now, or do you occasionally turn out in a festive game or a benefit game?
No, Henry, my cricketing days are well over. I try and avoid playing any sort of cricket. In fact, I haven't played any cricket. There's just so many other things I want to do.
That house of yours in the valley up in the mountains, which you once told me about?
Well, it's still a dream. You know, I haven't had much of a chance to consolidate on that dream. I mean, the project has been such a pressure on me, you know, to meet various dates, to raise the money. Then as part of the board of governors and the management committee, there have been bottlenecks. So I haven't really had a chance to pursue this dream.
Still, it's well, you've plenty of time. And when you get that house in action, I'm certainly going to come and stay with you. I think it sounds too good to be true. Now, here is Akif Javed. Wide call there by Mr. Kanzalel. Far end. It's very obvious wide. Mr. Kanzalel Kanje, the umpire from Zimbabwe. And he's been standing in all these matches along with the two South Africans, Carl Liebenberg, who's at square leg today, and Barry Lampson, who I spoke to in one of the drink intervals this morning, and who's in the third umpire's room. Well, he got an edge there, but they've run the single.
Well, I have two worries immediately, Henry. One is watching Amir Sohail keeping wickets. He's having a good time there, but you know, it's very easy for a non-specialist wicketkeeper to break a finger. And he certainly is a key player for Pakistan on Friday. And secondly, Akif does not really look as if he's in top shape. He seems to be struggling a little bit. He's running in well, but at the end, I don't see that nip in his bowling.
Akif again. Well, that's a good blow by Harris, and that's going away to the backward point boundary. No, I think it's just stopped. Basit Ali just managed to pull it back. It looked as though it rolled close to the rope. I don't think it actually touched it.
Well, one thing I will say, Henry, for the New Zealand team, here we see that shot again. Very poor delivery, a half volley outside the off stump. But they are all young players, and so for the future of New Zealand cricket, it augurs well, because these young players will be getting valuable experience. And who knows, in the next 3-4 years, New Zealand would become another good team.
Well, Imran, they had that very good side of the 1980s. They never lost a single series at home in the 1980s. Old age brought that side to an end and broke it up. It's going to take a lot of time to find replacements for people like Richard Hadley, John Wright and the others. They had some jolly good cricketers, and there isn't much of there isn't a very strong base to their cricket in New Zealand, and it will take time. And one hopes that their own supporters don't lose faith with them in the years of building, which can be a little bit disappointing.
Well, that's why I suggested that maybe Hadley comes back for a couple of years to help out these boys, because it's a young team. You don't want them to get demoralized. You know, they need some a strong world-class cricketer of experience helping them up at this very critical stage. Because, I mean, it's quite possible that people in New Zealand might lose interest in cricket, because when I first went there, the cricket interest was just coming through. The people were more rugby orientated than cricket. And yet in 1992 World Cup, the whole country was geared towards cricket. And it'd be sad if that interest tapers off.
I give Javed to Nash, and there's an appeal there for a catch behind. I thought he may have touched that, but I mean, Sohail didn't seem very interested in that. Anyway.
Well, he didn't catch it. That's why, Henry. He obviously touched the ball, but it just dropped in front. And here again, I feel that Akif, there's not that much nip in his bowling. He's seems to running in well, but at the time of his delivery, I don't see that whippy action which got him so many wickets. I hope, but he has excellent temperament, and I hope he manages to rise to the occasion on Friday.
That's a very good shot by Harris. That's 4 runs. Well played. It's the end of the over 2, so New Zealand now 231 for 7. Larson and Harris, the two batsmen, having a little bit of a joke together. It's not been really a good day for New Zealanders to have jokes upon. The cricket has gone very much against them. And as I talk, a New Zealander comes and sits down beside me. None other than former opening batsman Glenn Turner, in his Arab kit today. And there is the scoreboard. Ferrari and Thompson did well, but they didn't do it quickly enough, and perhaps they didn't make quite an attempt to do it quickly enough either. Ben Turner is on my right. He's taken Imran Khan's place. Lovely to have Imran for a few minutes. And here is Simon Reed.
Yes, thank you, Henry. So it's Akram round the wicket to continue.
Just flicked up off his pad to boot. But no, leg bye given. Yes, it's the last rights now. I wonder what part Gavin Larson had in whatever tactics were being discussed and put forward. Larson in his early stages as skipper. But it's been a cakewalk for the Pakistanis. No pressure at all, apart from a little flurry early on, with Young going well.
So we have the break with the rest day, and then the final, which all the locals here wanted to see, between India and Pakistan, and that'll be a great occasion. We're all looking forward to it after our day in the mountains.
He's not content with his Arab garb, he wants more of the local culture, does Glenn, and by the Pullman.
They'll be going across to the other coastline, I think. There are a few places there, Corfacan, Dibber.
Nice on strike, they've got to be quick. He was struck there, Larson, as he went through. Jazz. Oof. Painful. Four overs left after this. Harris on strike. Well, he might have gotten inside Nick, certainly Wazin thought so. Rashid Latif made a good effort. They've gone through for a couple, but you can see from Wazin's expression, he thought there was an inside nick there.
Yes, well, it had to be, because it was given as runs, and therefore it's a chance. It's always tougher for the keeper to take the inside nick, but it went also very close to the stumps too, with Harris almost playing on.
Considering the match is dead, Wazim is in sparkling form at the moment. He's rushing in and bowling very quick. He's a bit wayward. This is the most animated I've seen him.
Well, it's good to see too, because it would be tempting in this situation to just come up and go through the motions. But he's got his professional pride to think, oh, that was very close indeed to the off stump too, wasn't it?
Sure was. He's a good keeper, Latif. It wasn't a bad effort.
And Akram is, I think he's hoping with those that he can get it round about chest high, and therefore it's acceptable. It's a little bit higher than that. You see how it ballooned, it hardly carried through to the keeper. But he doesn't really agree with it. He's quite animated, putting lots of energy in there. And I don't know much Urdu or Hindi. I think I understood what you said.
Latif behind the stumps. So Hale, we understand, has gone off with leg cramps. And in the heat, considering he batted for those 50 overs, it's hardly surprising. And he's taking his turn behind the sticks. Here's Larson. And going for the Yorker as much as he can. Of the over, 240 for 7.
Well, it looks as though that 250 that Jeffrey Howe talked about, New Zealand should get there. And on the face of it, on the board it looks respectable in the context of this game. It wasn't even threatening.
What an exhausting day it's been for him. Alistair Hale. No wonder he's puffing out the air. He will be stiff tonight.
It's a bit of a tough call on him, isn't it? He said to bowl. We've seen his batting. And now keeping wickets. That's quite remarkable, really, all in the space of a day.
Yes, you'd think he was a candidate for man of the match. We understand he hasn't got it. But he's taking a wicket, as you say. Has he volunteered, or is he press gang behind the stumps? 34 runs. There's the target. Academic now.
What interests me too is how the crowd here just stays, and they tend to entertain themselves a lot of the time too. There's lots of characters in the crowd, and they're still prepared to watch their own players right to the end.
Bowling with a bit of life. Harris just fencing with that outside off stump.
There's no carry at all. And poor old Sahale has to try and get something behind it. And he could just do without the ball on the end of the finger at this stage of the game. Particularly in view of the fact that the final's coming up. That's another point, actually, is that you don't want some of your top players and players who are in form risking injury at a stage like this. And anyone putting the gloves on who doesn't do it regularly has that chance.
That's through. So belated boundary, timed that really well, but it's too little, too late.
Yes, he tended to lean back. I think, did that go in the air? Did you follow
Yes, he
the
did.
ball?
Yes, he did.
I thought the way he played the shot, he hit it in the air, could have holed out. Well, yes, it is a bit like that perhaps now.
Yes, everyone losing their concentration. Harris has moved up to 26. I have to say it's pity he wasn't in earlier.
Yes, I'm actually dodging this one now. I think it's probably been thrashed a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, we have done. Trouble is, giving it away so early, they left us with precious little to focus on.
Yes, very true. Let's talk about what you're going to do tomorrow. Have you decided yet?
Not much.
Well, that sounds exciting. Don't stir yourself at all, will you?
That's in the air, but safe.
Just a leading edge trying to work it onside there and just popping up in the air.
This is Ali, the man. Just eluding. On 7. End of the over, 2:46 for 7. There's a placement called the Aviation Centre, where they have the tennis pier, the Dubai Open. One of the luxurious, relaxing clubs I've ever seen, and that'll have me tomorrow.
So you're going there, are you?
Correct.
And you're going to pump iron again, are you?
That's enough of that. Beautiful day, once more. It's been just about the hottest, I think, in close on 40 degrees Celsius. And the cricket certainly matched it in the morning, but after a brief flurry this afternoon, it's quite a bit of a death, I'm afraid. And Pakistan have thoroughly outclassed New Zealand. So it's Wasim Akram, Chris Harris.
And Akram there showing that he's unhappy about the no ball. So it certainly matters to him, just over, but some part of the front foot has to be behind the line, not on it, and that was just about clipping it. But Akram, his share of wides and no balls, going to have to bowl 7 now.
Yeah, that was what probably upset him.
Could well have been. That's a good solid shot from Gavin Larson for a couple to the sweeper there, Saeed Anwar. And Akram having a word to the skipper, wanting him straighter. I would have thought at this point that the most attractive place to be is in the dressing room, having a cool drink. And you won't get there quickly if you start messing about like this.
Surveying the scene. Your thoughts on the final? I reckon it's pretty even going into it.
Yes, after India's performance in the semi, you've got to say that things have evened up a lot. I think the real test, though, is going to be whether or not India fall into the trap that we've been guilty of in New Zealand over some years, is that we have a good performance which tends to be almost immediately followed by a poor one. In other words, there's an element of relief as a consequence of putting a good one together, and then you've got to pick yourself up again to make sure it happens again. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's the way it's going to be with India, but they have to be very careful that that's not the case, because they will need to be right on the top of their game. Perfect block holder, right in there. They will have to be on the top of their game to beat Pakistan.
He's got that away. And that's poor. An orthodox smash. Forehand smash from Gavin Larson.
We saw him in the previous match get hold of one that actually went up into the stand. Didn't quite get hold of that, but well enough to go for four.
End of the over, 255 for 7.
Larson indicating there that it took him by surprise. It is a bit of a surprise to get a full toss as high as that, but it wasn't above the waist, so it couldn't be called a no ball. But he was just gesturing there, and making reference to the fact that it was awkward to play, and he didn't much like it. But Larson, well, Harris gave that the kitchen sink. He gave it everything he had. It shows once again that you don't need to swing hard to hit it a long way. And he miscued totally, only went halfway to the boundary there, and Rahman ran in off the edge and couldn't make it. Larson on strike. 5 balls remaining in this game. It's in fact 11, I'm sorry, there's one over after this.
Watch that well. Mujtaba. The fielder. So it's the last we see of New Zealand before they emerge in England. Your thoughts on that series?
Well, England have picked things up a little in the West Indies in recent times, haven't they? Perhaps not very recent. I was thinking of the Test match that they won.
Yeah.
And I suppose the performance of the two sides recently would suggest that neither of them at the top of the tree, by I'd say. England are always difficult to beat in England. Both sides are at home. England are no exception.
One for the overthrow. Tough ball. Tried to do so well, but unfortunately no one backing up.
Once again, though, the Pakistanis showing in the field that they're still prepared to do things as well as they can. Keeping it very tidy indeed, Pakistan.
Harris on strike. He's on 30. Got a bit of contact on that, but unfortunately... Oh, no! Rahman somehow contrives to drop it, and you can see Salim Malik giving him an old-fashioned stare there as he walks back.
Yes, well, you're right. He got hold of that one much better. Still not well enough to clear the edge, and it's straight down Rahman's throat. And he made the mistake of just trying to time his movement so that he arrived on the scene as the ball arrived. You should get there as soon as you can and steady yourself. He didn't do that.
And you don't drop catches off the skipper. 2-6-1 for 7.
So Salim Malik still looking down that way. Letting the young fellow, Rahman, know that yes, that's broken toe material. Can't afford to wear shoes that have got soft toes in them these days. In fact, at any time.
Check to Doug. This is it down to third man.
Probably took him a little by surprise there, because this is dug in short. And Larson looking to come forward and then playing the controlled dab over the top.
Couple down to Anwar, just behind square. Harris on 32. Another Yorker. Well dug out by Harris. Single. Him and his boys will be happy that it's a day off tomorrow.
Yes, that's why they've got the rest day at the timing that they have, I suppose. From our point of view, we would have perhaps preferred it in the mid-period. But they like to get the tournament through as quickly as possible. Committing 6 teams for this period of time is a major exercise, and just to make it a little fairer for both finalists to have a day off. I presume, Simon, that's the reasoning behind having a rest day time for tomorrow.
Yes, they obviously wanted to work it back from the Friday. It had to be the final on Friday because that obviously is the weekend day here when the crowd can really come to work it back from there.
So they'll get 2 Fridays, and it just so happens that it's India-Pakistan on both of them.
Yes, the first was obviously contrived. They've been lucky the way it's worked out in the end. So Pakistan take their place in the final. If my math is correct, that's a 62-run victory. No problem at all. Amir Sahel races off. It's been a day and a half for him, but he's not man of the match. Inzamam al-Haq takes the man of the match award. And New Zealand soundly beat.
even greater reward for Salim. He'll be happy with the kiss. Will he? Yeah, he's broad-minded. So it's a Pakistan-India final. Check on the New Zealand scoreboard. There it is. Good flurries by Brian Young early on. But once he was out, it really lost its way. Perori and Thompson had a decent stand for the third wicket of 133, but it wasn't quick enough.